Are we
Recording in
ready?
progress.
Okay, good evening. Ojai City Council, June 8th, 2021 meeting called to order. May we have we have quorum. May we have a roll call, please, Gail?
Mayor Sticks,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Here.
Councilmember Blatz,
Here.
Councilmember Francina,
Here.
Councilmember Haney.
Yes.
Thank you, Gail. And Bill, will you please?
I have a question. Am I supposed to click continue or will that do something weird?
I think click continue. I think I just clicked that too.
You can click continue.
Thanks. Bill, will you lead us in the pledge? Thank you.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Bill. And approval of the agenda?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Thanks. Roll call, please, Gail?
Councilmember Blatz,
Yes.
Councilmember Francina,
Yes.
Councilmember Haney,
Yes.
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick.
Aye.
Thank you, Gail. And then we'll move on to presentations. We have a presentation. It's officially Pride Month in Ojai. So I'm presenting the proclamation to some representatives from Diversity Collective. They work with a lot of our local kids. They work in public schools, private schools, to help the LGBTQ community within the schools. And also there's a representative, a transgender representative from our local community. So
where are they out of?
their office is in Ventura. The kids go there to support groups, and then they come and work with kids all over the valley. They work in our school system also. And Michelle lives in, she works here. Okay, are we ready for? Thank you.
Good morning. It's my great honor to be here today with some representatives from Diversity Collective and our LGBTQ community here in Ojai. What an honor. It's a great day. And as someone who's been a lifelong educator, worked with thousands of kids, it's really monumental that we're celebrating including diversity and including everyone in our community. So without further ado, I'd like to read this proclamation making June Ojai Pride Month. Proclamation. Whereas the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning LGBTQ communities form an integral part of the vibrant culture of the city of Ojai. And whereas the diverse LGBTQ community continues to contribute to the widespread academic, economic, artistic, and social spheres within the Ojai Valley and beyond. And whereas the month of June is designated as Pride Month to commemorate the Stonewall riots, which occurred in June of 1969 and are generally recognized as the catalyst of the LGBTQ rights movement. And whereas being out and visible is one of the most important actions that members of the LGBTQ community can engage in to provide positive role models and to support those who may be struggling with their sexual orientation. And whereas the city of Ojai is committed to protecting the civil rights of all its citizens, as well as fighting discrimination, supporting fairness, and celebrating diversity. Now, therefore, to be resolved that I, Betsy Sticks, Mayor of the City of Ojai, and on behalf of the Ojai City Council, do recognize June 2021 as Pride Month in Ojai. Yay! And encourage all residents to recognize the enduring efforts and ongoing contributions of the LGBTQ communities in Ojai and nationwide. So it's my great honor, and in the spirit of the power of love, to present this to Ken and Michelle and Nicolette and Michelle. So grateful for you being here, and thank you for representing.
Thank you very much. And thank you and the city of Ojai for your support of the LGBTQ community.
As a local member of the LGBTQ community and as a trans woman, I am so grateful of the city of Ojai for making this proclamation. It makes me feel safer in our local community, and I trust that we're going in a good direction moving forward.
Great, exciting. And just to follow up, June 27th will be the 30th annual Ojai Pride March, 11 a.m., Libby Park. And Helen and Lynn, I don't know if y'all know them, they're amazing people who started 30 years ago, and there'll be a celebration in the March. So come join. Thank you. Any commission reports, James?
I didn't, actually, I think there may have been one commissioner on, but I'm not sure if they were on for the commissioner report or another item. Gail, is there a commissioner who signed up for this portion?
No commissioners signed up for the commissioners' reports.
Okay, thank you.
Great. All right, we'll move on to public communication.
We do have public comment.
Comments. Public comments, please, Stephen.
We have two speakers. The first one is Severo Laura, and I'll go ahead and bring him in. Severo, you should be able to speak now. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Did everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Sticks and council members. I really appreciate you guys having me here. I know it's kind of different. I'm not used to this whole virtual stuff. Being on the dais with you guys or with some of you guys, it's different times. But I just wanted to get on here, just the opportunity, because I heard that our Public Works Director, Mr. Grant, has departed. Don't know any details or anything why, or if he's retiring or whatever his plans are, but I just wanted to take some time to recognize him as somebody that has worked with him and known him for quite some time, and the amount of work that he gave to this community and expertise. Just one of those staff members that try to stay the course, try to follow the council member's direction, was honest, trustworthy. I just have lots of good things to say about Mr. Grant and my experience with him on and off the council. I just think he's a very stand-up guy who really wanted nothing but good things for the city of Ojai. And it brings me sadness that he's moving on, or if he retired, he's just planning his life. But I think that as Ojai resident, I think we're losing a strong staff member, and I just wanted to recognize him during your public meeting, and I wish him the best in his endeavors, and I know that wherever he goes, he's going to be an asset. And more than anything, not only was he a great staff member, but I witnessed him being an amazing father and also just a wonderful husband. So I know that he's with the good hands, and I just wish him the best. And I just wanted to say it in public. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate your willingness to hear me.
Thank you, Severo. Right, next, Gail.
We also have Wendy Larson signed up, but she is not in the queue. So that is the last person I have showing signed up for public communications.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to the consent calendar, a motion to approve everything.
Move to approve.
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, great. All right, may we have a vote, please, Gail?
I'll call the vote, but also we have one speaker for the consent calendar once we've done the vote.
Okay.
Councilmember Francina,
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz,
Yes.
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Haney.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Gail. And public comment?
Yes, we have, whoops, sorry, I had my mic off. We have Bill Miley is the one speaker on this bill. You should be able to talk. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Yes. For the record, my name is Bill Miley. It's a good thing I didn't have any critiquing of that. But anyway, I would like to just say that I like the list for road maintenance. I'm glad we are doing that. I went over the list and I like what you're doing. I also like, I've been supporting the library tax for years. I'm glad we're doing it again. Also, I like the, see, what do we have here? I guess that's about it. Oh, no, assessments for the lighting and landscaping district. I've been supporting that for years. Notably, there's no increase. That's great. Same way with the Arcade Plaza Maintenance District. Pleased that that's continuing, no increase. So I'm just impressed with what management and the council did on the city on all of this. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Miley. All right, is that it, Gail?
Yes, that's it.
Thank
May I make a comment, Mayor Sticks?
Susan? Yeah, sure.
So we're in agreement that we are not meeting in July, just so the public knows there's no city council meetings in July. Great.
Yeah, and we'll post notice of that on our website and on the doors so everybody's aware as well.
Ah, good.
Okay, well, moving on to discussion, I just wanted to review a couple protocols so we can have the most efficient and civil meeting possible. So just a reminder, for staff questions, please make sure the question is a question and it doesn't turn into a comment. So quick question, like a tennis game. No crosstalk, so please bring it back to the chair, to me. And let's just make sure it's all civil discourse. It's okay to disagree, not make it personal. And in terms of responding to public comment, quick response is fine. Please don't make it a conversation. And of course, no swearing. Children are watching. Okay, let's move on to number 4, COVID.
All right, I think we have, we actually have 2 public hearings, just
I'm sorry.
required public hearings.
You are right.
Yeah, Bill Miley thought it was part of the consent calendar, but we have 2 and 3.
Okay,
Yes.
let's move on to number 2.
Okay, and I'll keep these pretty brief because actually overall, I think it's actually pretty good news. I think the first item, the lighting and landscaping district assessments. The item is to adopt the resolution, hold the public hearing, adopt a resolution to levy the assessments for the landscaping and lighting districts, and then 1 and 3, and then to move forward with that process. I think the good news is that for years and years, these reports started with, this is how much further in debt these funds are. But as the report noted, I think it was 20, I don't have it written down yet. Several years back, I think it was 2012 to 16, if I recall, the voters had approved an increase to these assessments to get them out of the deficit that they had fallen into. It was a 5% increase each year for 5 years, which has now been completely implemented. And the good news is, after much effort, we are finally at the point where those funds are out of a deficit and are actually building up a small surplus that can be used for bigger improvements. We currently, with the approval of this item, we anticipate that the lighting and landscaping district funds will end the year with a $180,000 fund balance. Which means that that's money that can be used, or that's after paying for streetlight expenses. And then that money could be used to start doing some repairs to curbs, gutters, and street trees. So I think just to kind of wrap it up, for years and years, we would come and say, this is how much further in a deficit we are. For the first year, we have an adequate fund balance, and we are recommending to continue to levy the assessments and make sure that we have the funding there to continue to do these repairs. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Randy?
James, how can we increase the amount of money that we have? This $26,000 isn't going to go very far. It might prune 5 trees. It might replace 20 feet of sidewalk. It might do 10 feet of curb.
Yeah.
What's your, how do you assess this, and how can we move forward with generating more income for these special districts to actually do special projects within these districts?
Yeah. I mean, I think I hear you that the point we've built up to at this point isn't enough to do a whole lot of work. I think we are at the point now where we've paid off the deficit and we have a small surplus. If we continue on in this rate, I think we were anticipating that it would be about $30,000 of additional surplus a year. So it will take a while to build up, a big surplus to do any sort of big project. But at this point, the district is paying the costs that it hadn't been paying before. So, it's I guess it's a glass half full situation. But if we were going to increase it, we would have to take it back. It would have to be at a because of Proposition 218, it would have to be a vote. And so I guess, it would be a question of if the voters would support increasing it to be able to do even more projects. But at this point, we are, it should be noted it's an accomplishment to even get to the point where it's paying for itself at this point. And so that'll be the next question. Do we want to go further?
Bill and then Randy?
Is the electronic hand working, Mayor? Or it is. Yep. Okay, good. Has the Edison tariff been modified to actually give the jurisdictions a reasonable rate of return by Edison when you do LED retrofits? For years, the tariff really didn't give, cities a rate of return. And then there's still the issue of, for years, a lot of cities have tried to get these poles back. And I guess nothing's changed there. So I basically wondered if anything's changed in terms of the tariff to make it more realistic for the energy savings of LED replacement. And also if there's any change in terms of cities being able to get this equipment back under their control.
So the short answer is no. I think I reported on this last year when we were finally saying maybe by next year we'll actually break even. So we had looked at it last year, and if people may recall that we had talked to other cities about joining kind of a coalition to do that, to take back the polls and have some options there. It didn't go very far, I think, because of COVID. It's just none of the cities had the time to really make progress on it. Okay. So that's something that's something we can follow up on. The other day I thought about reaching out and asking,
And then what about the tariff? For years, the Public Utilities Commission set the tariff, so it really didn't pay you to put, even with the dramatic energy savings of LED, you didn't get it accruing to the fund. Is that changed too? Is the tariff changed at all?
Not to my knowledge, but we could do we could do more research on that. Not to my knowledge at this time. But okay. We'll look into it.
Because that's also a energy efficiency, and that's really ultimately a greenhouse gas issue too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just ask you how much time that'll take you, James, to do that?
We had met with another city about trying to get the polls back, and that is going to be like a coalition. Like it'll be, a group of cities are going to work together on it. That one will take some time. If I were to estimate, I think we spent maybe 20 hours on it last year, and didn't get where we wanted to be with it because all the cities were having distractions. But I would estimate this year we'll probably put another 20 hours into that. And then the tariffs, we could research that in a couple of hours.
Okay, thanks. And just a quick, any new street light locations or not?
So potentially as part of some of the other projects we're working on that will come back to council, there's going to be some streetlight options, but not related to this item. So.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So you need a motion?
Randy has a question.
So I had two more questions. One, James, in each of these special districts, you know how many lights are in each one of them, so that we could reconcile how much savings or potential savings. And the other thing is, again, going back to my question about special projects. I know I'm in one of these districts, so to me, if someone came to me and proposed that we were going to do so much curb and gutter or so much sidewalk or so much in addition to our annual CIP expenditures, I might be willing to say, well, I'd love to participate in increasing the tax in my special district. So I just think that we need to figure out how to look outside of this box of slowly fulfilling it with very little funding, and think about how we can actually fund something and then designate those funds for that. The mayor and I both live right by Drown, and I received an incredible letter today about speed bumps and speeding and the lack of curb and a lack of gutter, and it's just a horrible street. So again, if that's part of District 1 or District 3, it seems to me that we could earmark something to enhance or expedite the improvement on that street as something in your special district. I just think, I think we need to start looking at this a little differently than just accepting what little bit of money we get on an annual basis.
People on Drown would sure be happy.
Well, we'd all be happy.
Yes, we would.
Yeah, that's all I had.
Okay. Okay, anything else?
We open the public hearing. Oh, no, that we have.
Any,
No, that have been done yet. That would be in order.
okay, can we open the public hearing now? Any comments?
Yes, we have one speaker, Bill Miley. I can bring him in.
Thank you.
Mr. Miley, you should be able to speak. You can go ahead.
I'm Bill Miley. I'm back again. I did make a mistake, but I had forgotten that there was a deficit for a bunch of years. And so I'm impressed by the manner in which the deficit has been filled up, and we're operating in black. I think Randy's comment is really good about Drowned. I'd like to see something done about that. Maybe the capital improvement project funds could be done. That's really a bad street. Thanks.
Mr. Miley. Yeah. Any more?
No further public comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Do we need a motion?
First, to close the public hearing, and then a motion would be in order if that was the council's preference.
Okay, let's close the hearing, please.
Okay, I'll should I make a motion?
Okay, sure. Thanks, Susan.
So we've already done the first part. So I make a motion to adopt a resolution ordering the work and levying the assessments for landscaping and lighting District Number 1 without an increase for during 2021. Do I need to read it? Can I just say and 3 and 4?
That would be fine. The motion is to move the recommended action items 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, that's the motion. Thank you.
Second.
Great. All right. May we have a roll call, please, Gail?
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Yes.
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Councilmember Haney,
Yes.
Councilmember Francina,
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. All right. Moving on to number 3, discussion item number 3, COVID.
No,
We have one more public hearing for the Arcade District.
All right. Let's do it.
Thank you. Yeah, the next public hearing, very similar, but it's for the Arcade Plaza Maintenance District, which was a result of the fact that after the renovation, the $2.5 million renovation of the Arcade Plaza in 2002, that over the years, we realized that there was more and more maintenance and repairs needed on the Arcade Plaza. So in 2012, much like the Lighting and Maintenance District, a voter approved 5-year, 5% per year increase went into effect to try to reverse the trend of deficits. There had been deficits of up to $40,000 per year prior to that. Similarly, although not quite as much of a surplus, those assessments have gone into place. We've made up the deficits. And again, another accomplishment where this year we are actually at we've erased the deficits and we are at a fund balance of $10,000. To Councilmember Haney's point, there's not a whole lot we could do with $10,000, but the first step was to get out of the deficit and out of debt on those funds, and we have done that. But so this public hearing is, our staff is recommending that City Council hold the public hearing and then adopt the resolution to levy the assessments for fiscal year 21 and 22. So with that, I can answer any questions.
Randy?
I just can't let this go. I just can't. Every year we do this, and every year I come back saying the same thing. How? And I think what this plays into is, James, I asked recently I think it was 2 or 3 months ago, to have a maintenance assessment for all of our facilities. And I think this would play right into that if we had it, we'd have a clear evaluation of the conditions of our facilities, and then we could actually earmark funding rather than waiting for someone to call us and say, we got a leaky roof. So I'm just trying to think how we can be more proactive in these special districts, and like to see you put on your thinking cap in the next, between now and let's say next year, and let's figure something out. And so.
And I think the one thing to keep in mind for any of these rates to change, we'd have to go through a Prop 218 vote process, which would probably, we'd have to aim for, or I think we would aim for that to be in 2022. So just as far as timing and process, it would have to go through Prop 218. There would be some cost, but we can start thinking about that. So,
thank you.
Bill?
Just to be clear, I assume, correct me if I'm wrong, and so it's a question, that this includes landscaping, maintenance expenditures in the plaza? And
yes, it does.
A program of landscaping, to Randy's point, a program of landscaping could be an eligible 218 planned expenditure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, this does include landscaping.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Public comment, Gail?
Yes, we have one public comment from Bill Miley. I will bring him in. Bill, you should be able to speak. Go ahead.
I am here, Bill Mahoney. I have nothing else to do, so that's why I pay attention to these things. I was impressed that there was nobody against this from the Arcade Plaza businesses. That was impressive. I didn't hear anybody in support of it, but silence would be support. So I was impressed. I'm impressed that we have a positive balance. That's great. It's the core of our city, folks, as you know. Okay. But I would like to see more greenery in the arcade. Somewhere more trees on Ojai Avenue, or plants along with the sitting areas, so it looks like there's a little bit more life there. That might be nice. I would like that. But anyway, I'm very impressed with what I read and what exists. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miley. That's it, Gail?
That's it. No more public speakers.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Discussion?
I have a question.
Susan?
Do things like benches in that area come out of this fund or out of the general fund?
You know, this fund, the major categories that it pays for is landscaping, lighting, sidewalks, and then there is like another, like other public improvements. But we may be able to pay them from there, but I would say that if we were going to do things like benches, it would probably come from just our public works maintenance fund. So.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Bill?
Well, with thanks to Bill Miley for keeping us on our toes, and I really do sincerely appreciate his bringing his accumulated wisdom to our deliberations. I really mean that sincerely. I want to move adoption for recommendation 2 and 3.
Second.
Great. May we have the roll call, please, Gail?
Councilmember Haney,
Yes.
Councilmember Francina,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Yes.
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. All right, now we can move on to number 4, COVID. I'm so excited about the parade. I can't wait to hear about it. James, you take it away, please.
All right, and I mentioned, I think last meeting, these presentations I think will get shorter and shorter as we get closer to June 15th, but we do still have a brief presentation. I think really we'll keep it pretty simple. I think everybody's heard this, but on June 2nd, the County of Ventura moved to yellow tier. I think we were the 3rd county in Southern California after, I think it was LA and Orange County, that we moved to yellow tier. As you can see from the chart here, the 3 statistics that they based that on, we are well under at this point, and we're in the yellow tier range. So we have moved to yellow tier, which means that certain categories become less restrictive. Gatherings can increase up to 100 people outdoors. Private events can increase to 200 people outdoors. And just a quick note along those lines is one of the things we've done now that we're in yellow tier is we've reopened our picnic rentals so that people can, hold outdoor family parties and things again. So that was exciting for us, and our recreation department has reopened that, and anybody interested can contact recreation to rent those facilities. The other things that have happened is the gyms have increased capacity to 50%. Restaurant indoor capacities increased to 50%. Wineries and breweries increased capacity, and bars are finally able to reopen, although at still just 25% capacity. And then outdoor live events, which for us is important because of Sterling and the Sterling concerts and other local events. We can increase capacity at those outdoor live events to 67%, which is really helpful. We've been meeting with all the different event holders, and a lot were saying that if it didn't open up, they may have to cancel. And I think that this will allow them to continue. The other thing to keep in mind is this is expected to just be in effect for a couple of weeks, actually one more week from today, because on June 15th, California, the state of California has said that we are essentially reopening to normal operations with exceptions for mega events of larger than 5,000 indoors or 10,000 outdoors, which Ojai, we couldn't think of any event that we had that large. So for Ojai, it essentially means we would be back to regular operations for things that happen here. I think one important note on that is that the state has said at this point that they anticipate that masking will no longer be required except on public transit. And then we wanted to mention this. It'll impact us at City Hall. I'm sure it'll also impact other businesses. Is one wrinkle is the state has essentially announced that where there's a mixture in a office space or a work environment where there's a mixture of vaccinated and unvaccinated people in the same room, that they will require all workers in that room to wear a face covering. And so we've we've met here at City Hall about what that means for us. And essentially what it means is anytime we have any employees or members of the public and where there's more than one in the same room, we're going to ask everybody to keep a face covering on to be in compliance, rather than ask people, if they're vaccinated or things like that. And so we're struggling, we're kind of figuring that out. I'm sure the public probably has questions about that as well. And so that may be useful. And there has been talk that the state might change that soon because it's very confusing. But in the meantime, here at City Hall, people coming in to do business at City Hall, we're just asking everybody to wear a face covering to comply with that. And so that is, the reopening process now and on June 15th. In the meantime, we still have the testing site on Wednesdays at Sarzati Park from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. The vaccination clinic has closed locally, but vaccinations are now being offered at the local pharmacies by appointment, including Ojai Village Pharmacy, the Medicine Shop, and Rite Aid. And then we continue to make progress as the county has gotten over 60% of all residents 12 and older have been at least one dose of the vaccine. So moving closer to those goals, and that's part of why we're reopening. I mentioned this a minute ago, but what the yellow tier and the June 15th announcement mean for us at City Hall is that we're planning to reopen City Hall completely without appointment. We'll have protocols in place that require face coverings, and that'll have plexiglass shields at the counters. We want to give people the opportunity to come into City Hall if they'd like, but we realize some people have told us that they're not comfortable yet. So we're going to continue to provide the telephone and email service for anyone who's not comfortable. So it'll be this, kind of a hybrid for the time being of, people that are comfortable in person, great. And if you aren't, we'll still keep working through telephone and email. Similarly, we're going to do the same thing for our city council and commission meetings. Starting on June 16th, we're going to allow anybody who'd like to attend and speak electronically to do that, or we will be opening up to have people attend here at City Hall. We're gonna really try to use our patio space, which is, I think, we're very fortunate to have, where people could sit outside and be able to view the meeting and come in and make comments still. So we're gonna have in person in that way, and then we'll have the Zoom meetings as well. So then lastly, the questions we get most right now are about upcoming events. So we just want to keep updating people on the status. The Ventura County Potters Guild is this weekend in Libby Park, June 12th and 13th, with COVID protocols in place. We had the Art in the Park, I think, since the last meeting, and we got very positive comments that people felt like it was a good event, and we didn't receive any complaints. So thanks to the Art Center and them for doing that. And I think for a lot of people, it was the first, event that almost felt normal again. And so we're hoping to continue that and in, safe, positive ways here. The big one everybody's talking about is the 4th of July events. I can say that the slide noted that Caltrans permit was pending, and as of about 3:45 p.m. this afternoon, we were told that Caltrans has issued that permit. So we announced as the city that, and I saw that it got some attention, that to keep the right-of-way clear, to keep to prevent the risk of people, touching the same surfaces and all that kind of stuff, we're going to ask everybody not to put chairs out prior to Monday, June 28th at 8 a.m. But it is looking very promising at this time that the events will be able to occur. And then just quickly, the first round of Sterling concerts is expected to start in mid-July. We're planning a centennial celebration on August 5th that we'll be providing more information on, and that will be outdoor to be safe as well. And then the music festival still is scheduled for September 16th to 19th this year. And we're still working on a scaled down, more locally focused Ojai Day for this year. So that's just a small snapshot of the many events that are in progress as we get closer to reopening here. So, and with that, that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, James. Exciting. Randy?
James, are we going to be going around to the local businesses and just asking them what their protocols are going to be regarding employees, some vaccinated and some not, what they're going to do, and also just making them aware of what the policy is?
Well, so as of June 15th, there are essentially no COVID protocols. State's position is return to normal operations.
Oh,
so
great.
Yeah,
Okay.
so so for us, we're not planning to do that. One thing we are planning to do is we're planning to pull the pickup zones. I forgot to mention that because we mentioned that last meeting, but we're going to pull those pickup zones on June 15th, and we have notified all the businesses who have outdoor dining that we need to extend permits prior to June 15th. And what that process will be. So.
Thank you.
And James,
One additional update to bear in mind is that under recently released OSHA regulations from the California Department of Occupational Health and Safety, or rather Commission, the mask mandate will continue in many workplaces. In some, the requirement from the state is that in a space in which everyone is proven to be vaccinated against COVID-19, masks or face coverings may be removed. But if you're in a space in which everyone is not known to be vaccinated against COVID-19, then masks or face coverings must be maintained. And so a number of businesses and the city will have to maintain masks based on that directive released last week from OSHA, although there is some possibility of further change as the state works out where it wants to set the requirements.
Isn't that what I just asked?
Yeah, that's a good point. The mask requirements are somewhat complicated.
I was just wondering how we're going to educate our businesses. That's all. I'm again, I'm not going to expand on what I run into, but I'm just saying, what are we doing to help our businesses so that we don't run into this confusion of who is policing the customer and who is policing the employee? Yeah.
What we'll do, I think one thing we can do on that is we can work with the chamber to try to send some information out to all the businesses about just best practices at this point. And I think the challenge with it, the reason why I'm thinking that will be a good option is that I expect there to be some change, like maybe by or right after June 15th. So it's going to be a fluid situation. So I think if we can work with the chamber to get the word out to the businesses on the mask issue, that'd be an effective way to do it.
On that front, I've sent an assessment of the OSHA regs to staff, and I'll work with James to make sure that gets sent to Jamie and through the chamber to the businesses.
thank you, Matt. And what about the issue? There's some issues with some of the outdoor dining, some complaints about specific ones.
Yeah, so as part of the extension process, we're asking them to come in and provide approval from their property owners, because we've heard that that's issue in some cases. And then we're also checking with the immediate neighbors to make sure there's no negative impacts on other businesses being caused by that, like by one particular business impacting other businesses. So that is part of the process. To date, we've only received one business that said, or that has applied to extend their permit. Some of we haven't heard from a lot of those businesses yet. We're not clear. So we actually are sending reminders to everybody. Well, I think we sent them earlier today saying, reminder, we're now 1 week out. You need to come in and extend your permits. So.
Randy?
So, Mayor, I just want to clarify, James, if they don't have it in by the 15th, that they'll have to remove their outdoor dining facilities.
Yeah, we've told everybody that if they don't have it in by June 15th, that we could require removal of the outdoor dining. So.
And the chamber will remind them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other questions? Any public comment on this item, Gail?
Yes, we have one speaker, Wendy Larson. I can bring her in now. And let's see. Wendy, you should be able to speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead and talk.
Thank you. I want to take a brief moment to make a comparison here. As is just now being revealed, there has been a huge mistake in analyzing the source of the COVID-19 emergency. Apparently, there was no objective investigation, and it's appearing very likely, whether intentional or unintentional, a lot of good evidence was simply ignored. Perhaps because the officials didn't like from where it came. That's again this genetic fallacy that I spoke to at a previous meeting. I hope you will not commit the same mistakes in your decision making about so-called other quote unquote emergencies, particularly when they involve exercising emergency powers that take away the political and medical and economic and personal rights of the people you represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Any other public comments, Gail?
No further public comments.
Okay, great. All right, moving on to discussion. Wow.
Do we need a motion to receive and file, Mr. City Attorney?
That would be appropriate, yes.
Also move.
I'll second it.
Great. All right, roll call, please, Gail.
Councilmember Haney,
Yes.
Councilmember Francina,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Yes.
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz.
Yes.
Great. And once again, thank you so much, James, for all your work on this. Okay, Yep.
This might be our last Zoom meeting. Yeah.
Yeah, anybody who loves Zoom can stay on Zoom, but I expect most of us will not want to stay on Zoom.
It's been great. Live. Okay, the number 5 is budget. James?
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
This is my last presentation of the day. Bear with me. So this is our third budget workshop, and essentially we had our first budget workshop where we talked about the general fund and how that was looking this year, and then we had the second budget workshop where we talked about CIP and Measure C projects and the community funding. And so this is intended to update council on the revised budget after we took that council feedback and inputted it, and then kind of reiterate where we're at. And then the goal, what we're hoping for, is to get a couple of decisions to then finalize the budget and come back at the next meeting with a final budget for adoption. So I will briefly talk about kind of where we were at as we went through the process, and then where we're at now. And overall, it's actually, I would say, good news. We reported at the May 11th meeting and at the budget committee meeting prior to that we had a expected deficit of about $150,000 that we, if certain revenues didn't improve, that we would need to close this gap of $150,000. That was based on expecting about $9.8 million or almost $9.9 million in revenue, which would be up from this current year we're in, which is dropped all the way to about $8.6 million, which I think we're expecting right now and are fairly confident to say that this should be the worst year impacted by COVID. So it'd be up from there, but it's still down from pre-COVID where we were actually over $11 million in revenue. And so we had projected kind of a middle ground here. Now, the positive news is that there have been several positive changes to those numbers. Some were as a result of the council discussion, and then some were just as a result of taxes or, property tax revenue and things like that coming in stronger than we expected. These are the changes that we inputted. We revised the property tax because we actually received the payment after that meeting, and the payment came in higher than expected. So we reflected that in the revised numbers. We increased the cannabis tax revenue because we issued a permit to the first cannabis distributor right as we were coming to council. The redistricting bid that we brought to council and that council approved came in under budget, so we were able to reduce that cost in from our first proposed budget. We had one go the other way, which is our insurance bill came in higher than expected due to some increased rates for the liability and workers' comp insurance. We included in the revised budget the new city attorney's contract, which was, I'm sorry, not new, but the amended city attorney's contract, which was approved earlier tonight. So that is now reflected accurately in the budget. And we, based on the council feedback, which there were questions at that meeting about if we could increase the use of the restricted fund balance for the general plan update and PEG fees for some of those costs. And we went back and we could do that. So we did increase those, which also helped offset the deficit. And then some minor adjustments, just moving costs from one place to another. That didn't really impact, but we wanted to note that so that if you're comparing the two and you see a number change a little bit, that some of those were just us correcting and moving things from one line item to another more accurately. So all of those things that stemmed from that last meeting resulted in a revised budget that has a little bit of additional revenue because of the property tax and cannabis tax. And that helped to close the gap to where the deficit right now, as we are speaking, is $24,514 is what we anticipate. And the one really important thing to note on that is that right now, these two columns, the two totals for this year and next year, include the Rescue Act funding, $650,000 per year. So if we don't receive that, which we don't have reason to believe we won't, but if we don't receive that, this number would actually be reduced $650,000, or this number could be reduced $650,000, which would change the picture pretty dramatically. But as of this afternoon, we asked for an update, and they said it's coming. So we don't anticipate that, but it's just one important caveat. So if we receive that $650,000 in funding, then we actually will have a small surplus at the end of this year that'll help us start to rebuild our reserves from their low point. And in our proposed budget, which is before council for discussion, we would end up at a $24,000 deficit for next year. Now, additionally, we talked about CIP and Measure C, I'm sorry. And so the good news there is Measure C, which went into effect right as COVID started. During this year, we've been able to start to build that funding up that will allow us to do paving and some other important projects. As of the end of June, we're expecting that there will be $750,000 in that Measure C fund. Not what we were hoping originally, but it's going to provide some funding so that we can do some of these projects. And we have been able to do some projects this year, and we'll still have $750,000 available. And so what we are showing here is that by next year, and after we do $1.3 million in projects, which is shown on the next slide, we'll actually end that year with about $800,000 in that fund. And so the good news there is that means that if a project or an opportunity comes up during the year that we wouldn't have been able to afford before, with Measure C, we can actually afford to jump on some of those projects, and obviously those would come back to council and be approved separately. But we're finally starting to see the real positive impact of Measure C and what it can do. And when we said that this budget includes $1.3 million in projects, these are the projects that we propose to fund through Measure C. We went through these last week, but just quickly, $630,000 for paving to help us catch up on our backlog there. $265,000 for an electric trolley and an electric public works cart. $122,000 for tree maintenance. $90,000 for enhanced code compliance services. $83,000 for city facility improvements. $80,000 for the fiber optic broadband. And then some additional funding, I won't go line item by line item, for the Sarzati multi-court sport courts, which is basketball and that indoor soccer called futsal, the Stewart Canyon project, and some other miscellaneous items. So those are all projects, including paving, which, with the impacts of COVID, if we hadn't had Measure C, would have had to just be deferred. But we're expecting to be able to do all these things next year using Measure C funds. Capital improvement projects, very similar to Measure C. So I won't go into them in super detail, but the important thing is that $1.3 million in Measure C funding allows us to leverage those funds and get grants and get, just leverage for other funding opportunities. And our capital improvement projects will total approximately $3.8 million. So using that $1.3 million of city Measure C funding, we're able to actually deliver $3.8 million in improvements. So that is a big advantage of having the Measure C funds available. Actually, just prior to this meeting at about 5:30, we were told that the electric trolley, which is about 80% of it would be funded by congressional funding. They told us earlier today at about 5:30 that looks very likely to get approved. So again, that's a case where they had said, we would fund a big chunk of your electric trolley if you guys have a little bit of money to match it. And whereas if we hadn't had Measure C, we probably would have said we just don't have the money this year, but we were able to actually say that if, assuming city council approves, we'll be able to match that. So good news on that front. Some changes that we made to the CIP based on council feedback. The last slide was all the information we already presented, but some changes that we made after that discussion was we included, you'll see two categories here, the City Hall campus improvements and ongoing funding for City Hall campus improvements. One of those is for this year. The other is we're putting this into the CIP for the upcoming years. What those two are is that we've talked a lot of times at council recently about kind of the vision of the City Hall campus and the need to actually start really maintaining and making some improvements here. So we realized after the CIP meeting, and we had a campus, a meeting on some things on the campus, we realized that we haven't had any funding for that. And it's going to be very difficult to really accomplish anything without some funding. So just to start getting us thinking that way, we are recommending to include $60,000 in this year's budget and $40,000 as kind of a placeholder in the coming years, with the idea that right now no improvement has actually been approved. We would come back to council when some improvements have been identified. But I think we all have seen over the last couple of years, there have been opportunities to do things and we don't have any funding for them. So we wanted to just build that into the CIP. We also added the Sarzati Park trash enclosure modification. We put in $25,000, but we actually, in the last couple of days, came up with some ideas that would actually be a lot less than that. But right now in the CIP, we've built that into this fiscal year to match the timing of the multi-sport courts and to be able to do all that work at the same time. We also built in $10,000 into the 22-23 budget, so not this year, but the following year. $10,000 with the idea of earmarking funding for e-bike charging stations. We're looking into what exactly that would look like, but we know that is a question that I think a lot of people have been getting. So we're starting to at least think about that and put some info or put it into our CIP. And then the other two things we added based on that council discussion were the bathrooms at our City Hall campus, which is about a $180,000 estimate. And then, and that's in fiscal year 23-24 at this point. And then we have Boyd Center solar panels for 24-25, and we have $185,000 in at this point for that project. We do have solar panels for the City Hall site included in this year, but this was just what was added after the last discussion. So, and I think I see a question, and it's actually question time. So,
ask, okay, can you go back to that? I guess I can probably do it from memory. It's here. I want to
go back. Give me 1 second.
About the electric charging stations.
Mm-hmm.
I looked into that and I discussed it with Kelly because all the people I know with electric bikes, we charge them at home. Mm-hmm. And there are hundreds of models and very few, usually you figure out how far you can go on your charge. It varies, but and you can pace it so that you can go really far, like 50 miles, if you don't use the super high charge, if you're careful how you use it. Mm-hmm. And I think that my opinion is based on everything that I know about e-bikes and what Kelly told me, because people come into his shop and they just go in the back and charge their bike. And most people could, if you're carrying your charger, which hardly anyone does because they're usually heavy, and the charging stations that do, where charging stations work is when you have an electric fleet that you're maybe renting out and everybody has the same charging need. But I think that it's premature to have, I don't know what the thinking was to put that into the budget, but I recommend removing it.
This is, okay, still questions though.
It's just questions, okay.
Okay, any other questions for staff?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes, like when we get to deliberation, I'll speak to the issue that
okay, I was
raised.
Sorry.
I have a question for you, James. In my quick calculation, that insurance bill estimate is up 22% year to year.
That should be about right. I think it was 300,000 and it went up 60,000, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's a 65,000 increase.
Yeah, so that should be about 20.
So, and you said that was driven primarily by workmen's compensation claims, and are any of those jurisdiction specific, or is that just the general pool?
So some of the increase was general pool, but there was some increase specifically for us. And without getting into details, part of we had a discussion with them. part of the increase is because they base a lot of their costs on what your essentially what your payroll was 2 to 3 years prior. And we had a year, a couple years back, where we had several high-level staffing changes, and because of that, it essentially made the payroll look higher than it actually was. And we met with them and had that conversation, but it's essentially their policy. They're basing it on that. What they're saying is next year we should expect to see a reduction because it would go back to normal.
So the actuarial formula will reflect that with a lag.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So we tried to haggle with them, but we should see it. It should be a 1 year increase, and it should start to reduce after that. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Randy, question?
I have 3 questions, Mayor. James, are you thinking about increasing your maintenance staff to create a position for the back end of City Hall in the future? That would be one question. The second question on the trolley purchase, I saw that the grant fund was $440,000 out of the 550. And did you account for the $110,000 differential in our budget? And do we have the capabilities of charging a vehicle of that size? Or is that something that we would plan for in our CIP? And then on the e-bike, I see that again as something happening in the future, in seeing as how we have very limited bike path capacity. Should we be thinking about something with the county recreation and parks in conjunction with our own city for future charging stations?
Okay. Yeah. Good questions. I'll go through them in order before I forget them. So regarding the campus, there's a couple of things we're looking to do, which is one is we had created that position that was going to be managing events, including the volunteer events, and it was going to be the event coordinator and the public information officer. That position is proposed to be funded in this budget that's before you. So that will help with that. And then also we're looking at some things like converting one of the part-time public works positions to a full-time position. And those things will also provide some more staff coverage. So that's part of the plan. So thank you for that. And then the $110,000 in budget. Oh, the electric vehicle trolley. I'm sorry, the electric trolley. So the $110,000 is included in this proposed budget as being funded from Measure C, because it is a climate related project of allowing us to go to electric.
There you go.
The one really exciting thing about it is that funding is proposed to cover installing the charger as well. So that opens up the door for us to eventually down the line get more electric trolleys once we build up some funding. So that $110,000 of Measure C lets us leverage to get potentially the trolley and the charger. And like I said, just today I was told that it's looking very promising. So both of those should result from that without any additional impact on the budget over what's already being shown. And then last, the electric bike chargers. Yes, I think one point I'll note is we didn't build that in for this year. So we don't, council has the choice to remove it, but it's also not something we're planning to do this year. It would be projected out. So we also don't have to necessarily decide right now. But I think that's a good point. We've reached out to county recreation on partnering with them on a couple of ideas, and that's one that would make a lot of sense with the bike trail being, county city partnerships.
Perfect. Thank you.
Susan, question?
Yeah, I have three questions. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but the benches are very important, especially for our older population and people who can't afford a car that are schlepping groceries for quite a long distance. So does that go here, Or does it depend on, like, if it's on Maricopa, is that part of the ATP? How does that work?
Are you thinking, are you referring to like the trolley stop benches or just benches?
Yeah, but benches in general.
Okay.
If it's a known route and there's no place for someone to sit, I would like to, it's we do people parking, bike parking, and car parking. And people parking should be right up, just as much as of a priority. And that way we'll get more people walking, because instead of it being an ordeal, it becomes an enjoyable. You can visit with people, you can relax, enjoy the scenery. It's more important than I think we realize. And I think I'm more aware of it since I'm getting old.
Yes. I'll answer. So we have the 2 trolley stops in the budget, and I noted those locations last meeting, but I'm blanking on them right now. But we have the 2 trolley stops. We don't necessarily have other benches. So what I could do is first question that I'll report back on is I'll find out from Public Works if there is a plan to install any benches. And then if not, then there's still the opportunity for council, if there's a majority, to add some funding for benches in the CIP.
Okay. And then my other question that I've asked over the years is some kind of water play in Libby Park as soon as we have the funding. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, you're just going to have all the kids gathering in the fountain again. It's inevitable. Yeah. And it doesn't have to even be fancy, just something to keep them cool when it's 110 degrees out. Besides the misters that are usually, they're so used that they're half the time broken down. Yeah, maybe we need another mister. That is so popular in the heat.
Well, yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. Is I thought we had fixed the misters right before COVID, but I guess we'll take a look at those if they're working, and then
they break down a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe we need another one, a backup one. And okay, and so the trolley benches, that includes the shade covers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
That's what you mean. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's all I have.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Public comment on this item, Gail?
Yes, we have 4 public speakers. I will bring in the first one is Brian Akins. Brian, you should be able to speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead and speak.
Hello, my name is Brian Akins. I spent the day in Santa Maria and we arrived just as you went to this item number 5. My name is, again, Brian Akins. I'm current president of the Ojai Valley Museum. For the last 10 years, I've also been treasurer, so I know the ins and outs of the museum. 8 years ago, we came to the Ojai City Council with our request for support. Were they our first choice? No, our last, just before having to close our doors. We had spent many meetings evaluating over the years every potential in and out, federal, state, county, and finally city. Well, I'm told had been a museum financial supporter prior to the end shutting down for a length of time. Let me just address some observations made by Mayor Sticks in the May 11th meeting. We look at ourselves not as a startup looking for seed capital, but as a full partner with the city of Ojai. In other words, we consider ourselves real-time partners as the city of Ojai's museum. We believe and sincerely feel we are the gem of the Ojai Valley visually, the city's heart, soul, historical vault, and share of cultures past and current. We're constantly fundraising to keep our doors open. We at times feel as though we are one vote away from closing our doors as we were 8 years ago. To prevent our closing, we are always on the lookout for bringing funds in. Always. In these last 2 years, we brought in PPP1, PPP2, a $15,000 grant, a 5K grant. We're constantly looking. That clock's moving really fast. We spent past year, we did 2 appeals. We did a mid-year appeal in July. We did an annual appeal at the end of the year. Our members were fabulously generous in their support, and we actually raised $10K in this year over what we did in the prior year. To help us in our solicitations to branch out, we brought in Stephen Hitchcock, a professional writer. He helped us with our invitation for the annual appeal. He also helped us put the legacy program in effect. The legacy program worked so well that we had a wonderful couple who decided to not wait until they had passed away, and to go ahead and donate $5,000 now. We're grateful to them for doing that. As for corporate contributions, we're always looking for sponsors. For our current exhibit, we had sponsorship of $3,900. Many of those funds came from our board members who were tipping in their money to support it. We have a flora and fauna, a time for climate change coming in at the end of the year. We're already looking for corporate sponsors for that. So in closing, we are not a nonprofit like the Chamber or the Fire Council, fine groups that they are. To us, to the council, to the community, we are the City of Ojai's Ojai Valley Museum. When folks are cleaning up after COVID or sadly locating whether here in the valley or moving away, when they find something historic, something priceless in their family that they want cherished, they seek the Ojai Valley Museum. We thank you for your support.
Thank you so much, Brian. All right, next comment, Gail.
Next, we have Wendy Barker. Wendy, you should be able to speak. If you're muted, please go ahead and unmute yourself. It looks like you're unmuted. Wendy, you can go ahead.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Wendy Barker, Director of the Ojai Valley Museum. We're all coming out of a very tough time. Pandemic rules prohibited museums, even small ones like ours, from being open for most of the past year. Although our doors were closed for many months, our small staff remained busy behind the scenes. We began putting our major exhibitions online, which is a permanent change to how we operate. We assisted researchers, reporters, and community members with requests for historic information. The museum continued to protect and, of course, to preserve artifacts, photographs, and archival material about Ojai. Additional articles were added to ojaihistory.com every month. And our collection expanded to include images and objects about the pandemic, so we can tell the story of COVID-19 life to future generations. That's the heart of what the museum does. We share Ojai's stories. We were thrilled to reopen again April 2nd. We keep a cart stocked with maps, brochures, and magazines available outside, and we look forward to also being able to reopen the visitor center. I am proud of the job that your local museum is doing to collect, preserve, and share Ojai's interesting history, art, and culture with our community and with visitors from around the world. I trust that you are proud of your museum too. We really appreciate the city's past financial support and hope that we can continue to count on you. This is a unique city in an amazing valley. With your help, we will continue to share it with local residents and the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wendy. Next speaker, Gail.
Next, we have Bill Miley. Bill
Thank-
Miley, if you're there, go ahead. You can, if you're muted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead and speak.
Sure, Bill Miley. My pages are mixed up. Just a minute. Okay. This is all about supporting funding for the Art Commission, which is done, well, Fire Council, the museum, and the chamber. For a start, the requests from community, which I include the Art Commission, represents about 2.3% of our budget, which is something but not a lot. The three community organizations plus our Art Commission are all building future-oriented efforts, which is really important, and I like that. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, Bill.
Oh, okay. Here's more detail. Of the $240,000 being requested, we've already allocated $50,000 as open dollars and $32,000 to the Arts Commission, leaving about $158,000 less done. I've looked for a bunch of places and found only one. That's in Measure C under climate mitigation, emission reductions, $265,000, which we spent this year too. And I don't know what that is. So I'd like to see the Wildfire Council given money from the emissions reduction. I would like to see the museum get to $50,000. And then I would like to see that the chamber, which is doing contract work for the city, as part of a memorandum of agreement, which is a multi-year goal, get money from someplace, but I don't know where. The chamber is helping to build a better economy, job-related good paying jobs. One special effort is high-speed broadband. Their projects help sustain and build the core of our community. So I see it as a must-needed item to be budgeted, not necessarily as an add-on each year. In summary, we have the Art Commission. Welfare gets money from Climate C. 50%, 50,000 goes to the museum, and the chamber gets money someplace. But I would like to see the chamber funded as part of the first draft of every budget, as well as a museum. So I don't think they should have to beg every year. My last request is a summary. Keep the Art Commission viable, keep the museum sound and city historical, fund the Wildlife Council for the first time, especially for their plan to use grazing goats, continue the focused community building by the chamber for their known accomplishments and their good leadership. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Miley. All right, next speaker, Gail.
Next, we have Tony Thatcher. Tony, if you're there, you should be able to speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead and talk.
Thank you for receiving me. I'd first like to apologize to the mayor for misspelling her name, especially since not long ago, one of the girls' softball teams here in the Valley named themselves the Pixie Sticks, spelled just like your name.
I had a daughter. That was going to be my name. Sorry. Go ahead.
You have already received in your packet, I believe, a statement from me asking you to again financially support the Ojai Valley Museum. Your past support has made up plus or minus 20% of what the museum uses to survive on a year-to-year basis, the rest coming primarily from the generosity of the Valley's citizens. A generation ago, your predecessors were prescient enough to purchase the iconic, now nationally recognized building and lease it to the then named Ojai Valley Historical Society. Many citizens of this valley have worked diligently for many years to turn it into what is now the Ojai Valley Museum. This is their and your grandchildren's heritage of Valley history and culture. It is a repository of our collective memory, artifacts important and not so important, works of art, written documents, newspapers and ephemera, oral and videoed reminiscences, all available for viewing and research. So who should be responsible for this cultural collection, this perseverance of preservation? Who should spend time, effort, and coin to display and explicate our collective heritage? All of us, of course, is this old resident's rejoinder. And that, ladies and gentlemen, includes you. To me, it is a simple lesson in civics to preserve your past. And I thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you, Tony. Any more speakers, Gail?
No, that's the last one.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to discussion. Bill?
Two things. One is I want to commend the staff for essentially a balanced budget. I want to point out that a $24,500 projected deficit is 0.23% of the overall operating budget. That, for all intents and purposes, is within the margin of error when you're doing budgeting. I did budgeting for years. You know, if you're plus or minus 1%, you're golden. So I think we ought to look at this as essentially balanced when we are talking about 0.23% of the operating budget for a deficit. I'll have more to speak later on the community projects, but just to say one comment about the bicycle charging stations, which I really think of as personal mobility vehicles. You know, we talk about promoting automobile charging stations, e-vehicle charging stations for automobiles. More and more, as I read about the future, people are going to be using personal mobility vehicles for commuting, longer distance trips, and I think our infrastructure should reflect that. You know, I think we want to encourage, and we're not talking about just necessarily e-bikes, but also the innovations in personal mobility vehicles are coming fast and furious, to coin an old phrase. And when we are, I think we ought to be looking forward. And I was just trying to advocate that we put this, keep it in the budget as a placeholder for the future, just to analyze it and think about it. Because, you know, we talk about we don't want cars coming into the valley. Well, what about people being encouraged to park down in large parking lots in Ventura, like at the fairgrounds, and bring their personal mobility vehicle, their e-bike, into Ojai if they want to visit us, so they don't drive up here. With that long haul, they're going to want to have a place to plug in, and I don't think that they should be expected to have to go to a private business. They ought to be a public available option. So if we're really serious about moving in the direction of encouraging cars to be less and for people to look at alternatives to cars, I think we need to look at the infrastructure support for that. So that was my motivation.
Yeah. Randy and then Susan.
Oh,
Did you
I had one question for James, but I'll wait a little further on.
Okay, Susan.
I'd like to comment. Bill, I'm all for what you just described. I think it's going to take some research, because we don't need charging stations for personal e-bikes. I think what you're looking at is more of a rental of e-bike rental, or is, you know, like I tried to say, there are hundreds of models, and there's no one size fit all charging station that I'm aware of. But
I just want to start thinking about it and looking at it. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I just want to make clear, because we don't charge people with e-bikes. You don't charge your bike on the bike trail, for example. You would charge it at a restaurant or a bookshop or at a friend's house. You can plug it in anywhere. It's not like it's not complicated. I can charge my bike at anyone's home and then go 50 miles. I just want to make sure that's understood. You know, once you have an e-bike, you'll see how easy. It's very, very simple. It doesn't require any kind of a e-bike station, charging station. But okay, I just want to know, are we going to go through these items? Is that the plan? And make comments, or what's?
Well, we're discussing it. Ryan, you wanted to make a comment?
Yeah, I just want to say I talked to James about this already, about the e-bikes, and I completely agree, Susan and Bill. I agree with the idea, but they don't have a common charging. Even talking to James last week when he brought this up, because I saw it on there, and I'm all for it, and I love my e-bike, but
yeah.
James said, well, it would only be a situation where you'd have to bring your charger and plug it into a regular outlet. And that makes no sense at all. And there's no shortage of regular outlets in lots of places. And frankly, you know, we could start having just simple stub outs and, strips near bicycle parking areas. But the problem is that the actual plug in of the different batteries are inconsistent until there becomes a standardized model of what is charging, which that does occur for cars. It doesn't occur for bikes. I don't know. I'd love to see us have money in there to support the idea. I just don't know how we do it yet to make it work exactly. And you're right, Susan, if we had all the exact same model and they were consistent with rental bikes, then it would be a little bit different situation.
Yeah.
But I do want to see us do it. It's also, this came up at Air Pollution Control District as well. And there's just not money out there yet for electric bike charging, because there's no consistency. There's going to have to be some, at some point, either some regulatory agency or the government or someone who, makes them standard to some extent. But right now, every manufacturer is pretty much buying the bike batteries from different manufacturers, and they all have different hookups. But I don't know if I want to take the money out. I love it being in there in case we need it. And of course, we don't. We can always find something else with it. But I don't want to see us go too early on something and have it not be successful in the way it works. But I think I love the idea that we're all supportive of it when we can figure out how to do it correctly.
Could we maybe?
Wait, well, no crosstalk. Sorry, Susan. Randy, you're next.
So again, as anything of this nature, it isn't going to happen tomorrow, and it's not going to happen the day after. This is easily a 3 to 5 year project, and in that time frame, who knows what's going to occur. So I concur with what's being said. Again, it's a placeholder, and this money can be moved at any time for any other need. But it doesn't hurt to have the conversation, and it doesn't hurt to have the conversation with other entities.
No.
Susan?
Could we maybe broaden that sentence and say, alternative, use the term alternative transportation, because it's not just going to be e-bikes. It's going to be those. I see people on the trail. Those things that look like stand up. You stand on it. What's that called? Maybe there's a term. You could help me out, James or Bill.
Segway, you mean?
Yeah. So it includes everything.
Personal mobility vehicles.
Personal mobile, yeah. Alternative personal mobile, of course, a car.
Let's not beat this up too much for just a little bit of money in a future year.
Is also, okay.
I have a couple things I'd like to bring up. I'm all for solar. Solar is resiliency. It's not mitigation. So we're spending $140,000 on solar panels when really we need climate mitigation, which means upgrading city infrastructure, switching water and air heating to electric. So I would go for that. And then $185,000 for the Boyd Center solar panels. We already have clean power. And so I'd really like to see that go towards climate mitigation. The bathroom, $180,000 for the bathroom in the City Hall campus. That seems a little expensive. And also, as we're shifting on the campus and we don't, things are sort of up in the air, I would say hold off on that. I love the museum. Thank you, Tony, Wendy, and Brian for calling in. And, I totally support that. Obviously, museums need constant upgrading and modernization. It's the 21st century. So specifically, the Shumash exhibit needs, from my opinion, some updates. It's not personal. It's hold on one second. The Chamber of Commerce is asking for $102,000 a year. I've asked for the budget 3 times. I was told twice, yes, never got it. Third time, no response. And I would imagine, the chamber has an assistant. That's got to be at least $30,000. The chamber has an office. That's got to be, so half the budget is going to overhead, which means office and an assistant. So seems more reasonable to me that it's an actual position at City Hall that's accountable, where a person is hired and is managed. And for example, what's come up recently, we all got emails from the chamber about this moratorium on businesses. I don't know if you all were able to read it because it came in pretty late. That's something that, if somebody's in the office and working on it, there's, the communication is right there. So, and also number one thing, James, let's get you back to your salary, 100%. That's ridiculous. You work so many hours. Of course you need to come back to 100% of your salary. So, and then in terms of the Fire Safe Council, they have applied for the same grant. This is the 5th time they've applied for it. They didn't get it the first 4 times. So I would opt to wait and see what happens if they get it. It was confusing why they didn't end up being at the Emergency Preparedness Day because everybody else was there. So that seemed I'm not sure what happened. And we have Bob Roper, who is volunteering to help us to make a plan. So, I mean, that's huge. So I would like to see those changes. Susan?
Okay, the question, do we have to make a final decision on all three of these items, these bullet points, Ojai Valley Museum, Chamber? I'm ready to make a decision on the Ojai Valley Museum. I have questions about the Chamber. And one question would be, what would it cost if you had a staff position, an assistant manager type position that did all or some of the work that the Chamber does, that we start thinking in another direction? Could you come back with a report on that? And could we decide that item on June 22nd, the funding of the Chamber, because that's such a big chunk?
Yeah, and so the final adoption is scheduled for June 22nd. So no final decisions have to be made tonight. So that's something we can do. I could provide in the next staff report just a comparison of the costs. I think the real question would be like what level of position, because we could have, you could have a full-on economic development director that would be very expensive, or you can just have a manager who also does economic development. So we can provide that information to council of what those costs look like. But to answer the first question, no, the decisions don't have to be made tonight. They could be made on June 22nd. But the more guidance at this point for us to put that final budget together, the better. And then just to answer one other comment is the bathrooms at the campus. I do agree. I think it's a little early to be building them. So we proposed putting them in the fiscal year 23-24. So they're not in this year, or even next year's budget. It would be 3 years out. So,
okay.
Randy?
So, James, there's a one-time transfer of 6% of the TOT. Am I correct? And it's $178,000.
Correct.
So that's not a mandatory transfer. We could hold back that transfer. We could cover the expenses of the museum. We could cover the expenses of the Chamber. We could cover the expenses of the fire, emergency, and do that now and come back next year in a more deliberative fashion and think about if we want to create an economic development position in our community and find out what that would cost. I think it's a little late in the game between now and the 22nd to actually decide if we're going to do that position or not. So we have a funding mechanism. We can get through this year's budget with it, and we can come back in next year and start thinking about these positions in a better manner, rather than trying to subject ourselves to something in 20 days or 15 days. So that's my thoughts. There is a funding source there, and we could choose to do that. We could fund all of those positions. And if it's 178 and it looks like we're 58,000, so we'd have $20,000 left over that you could apply to your deficit. So now you're only carrying a 4,000, which according to Bill, I think is 0.002 or 3% of the budget. So that's a quick calculation, Councilman Wyrick. That's my offer to this table.
Could we look into, and I love solar, on the other hand, it's under climate mitigation, and solar is resiliency, which is beautiful. If we're going to do mitigation, it's got to be, can we use that money to upgrade the city, making it electric?
Yeah, so that's within council's authority. If right now we have the 140,000 proposed for solar panels, so if there's consensus, we can modify that to remove that and instead put in the I think it would be electrification of, it sounds like maybe like electrification of HVAC, for example. So.
I agree. Ryan?
So one of the problems with going all electric, the electricity cost that we reviewed a number of times because it went up so much.
Did you read the report from the climate committee about the cost?
I read it 3 times now, and I don't believe that it's cheaper all the time. And we've had massive increases in electricity costs here, specifically because we went to all renewable resources, and we've reviewed that a number of times how much it accelerated exponentially. Really, I mean, it went up a ton, and I think that solar seems like it would both be resilient and climate effective, and also cost effective.
Well, it's not mitigation. It's resiliency. Bill?
Yeah, I think this is a useful discussion, because part of having decentralized solar with battery local backup is you get both. You get the mitigation and resiliency, because in the event of the more frequent grid outages, which are going to happen since Edison delivers community power alliance, they're the distributors for it. So you're subject to all the outages that are increasingly in frequency. Plus, if you're able to do solar with local backup for your city facilities, you can save money on the cost of electric power, because you can bridge between peak and off peak, as well as having the inherent backup. So in other words, this thing could, properly designed, this thing can literally pay for itself. I know the city of Camarillo is doing this. I don't think it's either or, the way that you're characterizing it, Mayor Sticks. Also, there are proposals out there right now where we might be able to do some kind of an interagency purchase power agreement with the city and other agencies in the valley. We were too small to generate interest for a purchase power agreement just with the city.
Yeah.
But if we had a joint agreement with other agencies, we might be able to get into a situation where we don't have to do the upfront capital cost. So I think there's different angles on this, but I also think that to not look at to be completely dependent on centralized power distribution is inherently unstable and less resilient. Plus, the ability to do time of day to move your load from peak to off peak is an important element of having your local solar and battery backup. So, I think it's in a future budget year, and I guess I just think there's a lot of more nuanced angles to look at this than just whether or not we get from a renewable centralized source through a long distance grid system. There are advantages to decentralized. And in fact, that's where the world seems to be increasingly going, is more and more of a decentralized generation and backup system to supplement the centralized system. So I think they complement one another.
Any other comments?
Well, Mayor.
Yes.
So the question again, these are some of these discussions again they're not in this fiscal year. They're in 2 or 3 down the road. So once again, they're technically placeholders, which can be discussed in the future, modified, moved, however we choose to do it. The short impact is actually the short term is actually getting these buildings solarized and getting back up to them as fast as we can. Regarding what Councilman Wyrick's talking to, I'm going to bring up some more information like that when we get to the climate discussion, because there are things that we can be doing with joint power agreements with other agencies throughout the Ojai area of influence. So I'm not going to talk about that now, but I don't know how you want to proceed. Do we want to, like Sousa said, do we want to vote something down, vote something in? How do we choose to do it? Like I said, I'm looking at the 6% TOT transfer of 178 is not doing that year and doing that to support the 3 agency requests, the museum, where are we here? The Ojai Valley Chamber and the Ojai Valley Fire Safe Council. So I don't know how you would like to do that. Do we need a vote on that? How do we choose to do that?
Sousa?
I suggest, from my perspective, that we vote on I think we have consensus on the Ojai Valley Museum, and I would still like to see James' report, even if we end up, as Randy suggested, I would like to see the report first before I feel comfortable to vote for the chamber.
Okay, agreed.
Where I am.
Well, that's where 2 of you are. There's 5 of us.
Yeah, I'm just saying where I am.
Okay, Bill, did you want to say something?
Yeah.
I was, since I think it would be in order, and please tell me if I'm not in order, that it would be it would be appropriate to make a motion for direction. And I was going to make a motion that we are committed to the funding of the museum for $50,000 and see if there's a second and we get that parameter fixed.
I'll second.
Okay, may we have a vote on that, Gail, please?
Councilmember Francina,
Yes.
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz,
Yes.
Councilmember Haney.
I'm going to say yes, but there's a caveat that these should all be worked together, but that's all right. Are we going to do each one the same way right now?
It's up to us, Randy.
Yep. Okay.
Want to offer something?
So we finished that. You said yes, Randy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we all have a caveat that I plan to communicate to the museum.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's done. That's good.
Councilman Haney, you have something? Or?
So again, I offered that we move the 6% TOT transfer to CIP, the 178,500, and we use that to cover those 3 expenses. Do I need a second on that?
If you wanted to make it a motion to provide that direction to staff to adjust the draft budget to return next meeting, then that would be in order. Motion, second to vote provides that direction. And as noted earlier, the motion that was just made, this motion and the subsequent motions are all interim motions to provide direction to city manager to write the budget that will come back next time for actual adoption and could be further modified next time. So it was motion on the table. Second would be in order if there is support.
Yeah, I'll second the motion.
And so
And
this
I
is,
hope we have discussion.
and to clarify, that would be to fund the Fire Safe Council and the Chamber.
And the museum.
It would be, I
Oh,
thought,
we already voted on the museum.
yeah.
Right. It'd be
I thought
Okay.
we were
the direction. It's a direction motion.
staff direction, but the final decision is made next meeting.
Okay.
All final decisions on the budget will be made next meeting.
Okay.
Are we in discussion now on the motion?
We're waiting for a second. You wait a.
Oh, I did a second.
Councilmember Wyrick, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick provided the second.
Okay. All right, then we can have a vote on this.
Well, don't we have discussion maybe?
Discussion.
Go ahead.
Okay. Do we know what the operational plan is for the proposed money for the Fire Safety Council? I was wondering what information we have. I saw the paperwork and I saw percentages. Is that the information we have?
Yeah,
Fire
Bill,
Safety Council, what we submitted?
Yes, the information that we have in total is attachment E to the report.
Okay. And that was the percentages applied to that total, right?
Yes.
Okay. And they have their taxpayer identifier information submitted, and that's in effect and approved. Okay.
Yeah, and we'll confirm that between now and then. They've submitted it, but we'll confirm that that's in effect. And then just to kind of answer, I think the question you were getting to is in the paperwork, they noted that their annual budget as an organization is estimated at 250,000, and they were requesting 50,000 from the city.
Okay, so that's roughly, if that's the money they're bringing in over and above the request, that's a similar ratio to the museum's ratio in terms of total budget to support that they're asking for, right?
Yeah, 20%.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify that in my mind.
James, will you get a budget from the chamber for next meeting?
Yeah, we could ask them for the budget. Yeah.
Are we in discussion still?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I would say that if this motion passes, I'm not sure we'd want to do a lot of staff time. I mean, on exploring bringing in house, I think it's worthy of just noting what that might mean, but I wouldn't want to spend a lot of staff time on it. Partly for the reasons that Councilman Haney is mentioning. It's kind of a short time frame. It's more of a longer term review. But anyway, I just want to make that comment.
Just out of curiosity, what would the chamber members do? Pay the city? Be a member of the city?
Yeah, that's one of the questions I have.
No.
Susan?
Can't you have a chamber of commerce that's funded by the business owners, and you can, the business would not pay the city.
Well, there wouldn't be a chamber, right? There would be an in-house person.
And actually, if you do a little research, chambers were developed in the late 1800s as a fraternal organization. And from what I've read from the research, a lot of cities don't have them anymore. It's just not a thing. So.
Okay.
Randy?
Are we going to vote?
Let's vote. Gail, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Yes.
Mayor Sticks?
No.
Councilmember Blatz?
Yes.
Councilmember Haney?
Yes.
Councilmember Francina?
No.
Great. It's 9 o'clock. How about we take a 5-minute health break and then we'll come back for the next item? Thank you.
I call it the senior citizen plumbing break.
Yeah.
Oh, a stretch break. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm going to have an Uncle Eddie's vegan cookie.
Mute. What happened?
I just shared.
Everybody ready? Come back. Thanks.
Yes.
Ryan, are you there?
Here.
Okay. There. Okay. All right. Let's end session. All right. Moving along to number 6, please, James.
Yeah, thank you. And just quickly on December 10th, 2019, the city approved a charter for a climate emergency mobilization committee. The charter is included in the as the attachment to the staff report. The charter had identified that the committee, in order to move quickly and meet quickly, that the committee would operate as an ad hoc committee for 6 months, so that the committee would not have to follow the Brown Act, because it would be an ad hoc working group. The committee proceeded in that manner and held a public workshop on Saturday, January 25th as kind of the kickoff. And then in June of 2020, the climate committee provided an interim report. The city council extended that ad hoc committee status through, at that time, through January 12th, 2021 to allow the committee to continue its work. The committee provided a report at the January 12th, 2021 meeting. At that time, the city council extended the duration of the committee an additional 6 months. And so 6 months from that date was July 12th, because we were planning to cancel the July 12th meeting. We are providing this item at this time, where we're at 5 months in to this third extension. And so essentially the item is before the council again at this time to review the charter and the protocols and identify if there's any modifications to be made. The staff report includes options for council. As we noted the last time, they're the identical options, but as we noted the last time, from a staff perspective, the general rule is that once an ad hoc committee exceeds 6 months, it's good practice to require it to be a public group pursuant to the Brown Act. Council has options to choose not to do that, but that is the typical rule that we follow. Council could continue to classify the committee as an ad hoc committee and extend the term to a date certain. But the more we extend that, the more legal risk that there is, especially as it has extended for coming up on 18 months. So the council could choose to continue it as an ad hoc, could choose to identify it as a standing committee and require compliance with the Brown Act, or could choose to modify anything else about the charter or bylaws that the city council would choose to do. So I think with that, the one thing I will, I noted is that the typical rule would be once you exceed 6 months, it becomes a standing committee. So that is the typical recommendation. So With that, the item, the charter and bylaws of the Ad hoc Climate Emergency Committee are before the City Council for review and any modification that the City Council desires. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Matt has your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mayor and Council, my advice to you, my recommendation at this time is that the Climate Emergency Committee be made into a full Brown Act committee for two reasons. One, it has existed now in an ad hoc status for 18 months or 18 months and a month, so 17 months. To do yet another extension relying on an ad hoc status starts to stretch the bounds of defensibility. And my recommendation is that if it is to continue, it should be converted or designated as a full Brown Act committee. And for those who may not be familiar with what that means to be a Brown Act committee, it means really three things. One, that as we're already doing, the meetings are in public and they'll continue to be in public, and at the right time, they'll probably move to in person, but they could remain in Zoom. Two, it means that the public be provided an opportunity to comment at every meeting. I believe that is already being done, and that would continue and might get more regularized into a public comment session rather than a pure workshop format, but I'll leave that to the committee to sort of structure themselves, as long as all members of the public are provided an opportunity to comment without any discrimination as to viewpoint. And then three, it would mean that the agenda must be set in advance, 72 hours for a regular meeting, 24 hours for a special meeting, and the discussion topics must be limited to those on the agenda. Agendas can be written broadly, so that's not a straitjacket as much as some may seem. My recommendation there is that the Brown Act status is at this point strongly recommended to ensure continued defensibility of this committee against potential challenge. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Susan?
Two questions. Whatever we decide tonight does not go into effect until the 6 month ends mid-June, July. Is that correct?
That'd be council's choice.
Yeah, council could decide to make it effective now, were that the council's choice.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. And the second question is, the committee has been accused, wrongly accused, in my opinion, of breaking the Brown Act. How can a committee that's not a Brown Act committee break the Brown Act? How can they even be accused of that? Because their meetings were publicly noticed. There was many members of the public attended. The meetings were recorded. So, but even beside that, they're not a Brown Act committee. So how can they break the Brown Act?
I'm not entirely sure what the nature of the accusations that have been raised against the committee are. Speaking generally, as noted, as I went through, and as you just noted, most of what the Brown Act requires is already being done by this committee. The only difference is sticking to an agenda and having that agenda published at least in advance, 24 hours for a special meeting, 72 for a regular meeting. That seems to be the difference. And as to a potential violation of the Brown Act, there is not yet a violation of the Brown Act, but to continue would raise the risk of a violation. Yeah. And it really stems from its existence as a committee outside or presently partially outside of the Brown Act, as opposed to any particular incident of which at least I'm aware, although I don't attend every meeting or any meetings.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll move on to public comment, and I'd like to have Jim Selman speak first, please, Gail.
Okay, let me find him. There he is.
Thank you so much.
Jim Selman, you should be able to speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead and talk now.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to say that I'm speaking for the committee. And as you know, and James stated, our committee term expires in middle of July. We had hoped to have this conversation with the council closer to the end of our term. However, we were put on tonight's agenda and have not had time to really prepare anything. We will and do intend, however, to submit a final report with policy language for the general plan of our recommendations and an update on the status of the greenhouse gas inventory. We've hoped and we still believe that the climate emergency can unite people everywhere and in Ojai and inspire Ojai to be a model for the kind of aligned action that's called for at this particular time. As you know, we were created as a working group to advise the council on what Ojai can and should do to mitigate greenhouse gases, and also what Ojai can do as an act of leadership in its larger context of the region, Ventura County, and the state. As we have stressed repeatedly in earlier meetings, we are a working group, an extension of the staff, and are not a deliberative body, and have no authority to implement in our recommendations, and that we've complied with your request for inclusion of the public in our deliberations. However, we do not believe that we can continue to be effective as you need us to be if we are compelled to operate under the letter of the Brown Act. Consequently, to save your time and unnecessary discussions, we are declaring our work as to be complete at the end of this term, and the committee to be dissolved, and are ending our participation in any event. Our final report and the greenhouse status of the greenhouse inventory will be submitted to the council by July 15th. We want to thank the council and thank you and the many, many citizens who've contributed to our being able to make the contribution that we've made. And we do want to let you know that we intend to continue as a citizen action group committed to mitigating greenhouse gases in our valley and in our area, and that we intend to expand our group beyond the existing committee to include other individuals who bring particular expertise to this particular problem. So again, I thank you, and we appreciate your support to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Much appreciated. All right, next, and we have 10 more speakers on this item.
Next we have, let's see, Lee Hindman. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. Lee, if you're there, you should be able to speak. Please go ahead and unmute yourself, and you can go ahead. Oh, I think I just accidentally muted you. If you could try unmuting yourself again.
Okay.
There, we can hear you.
There. Okay. So thank you, Mayor and council members, for your service. After listening to Jim, that keep in mind, I planned this before he spoke, but I wanted to say I watched the Ojai Climate Emergency Mobilization Committee meeting of June 2nd, and I was really taken aback by several things discussed in the meeting. So I have some comments and questions. First, thank you for explaining the ad hoc committee versus the Brown. I had questions about why aren't there representatives on this committee of varying views on the topic of climate emergency, but that was answered. And the second point I had was the talk about having sole electric usage in Ojai versus fossil fuels. At the meeting, it was presented as one-sided. Instead of having a combination or mixed, it was like it's either or. We're going to be electric or fossil fuels, or a combination of those. But why didn't, at that committee meeting, they address problems inherent in a single power source system? There wasn't discussion about the realities of cost power outages, what to do then if the electric goes out, and also the primary sources pushing the whole climate emergency narrative. Instead, it was suggested that the fossil fuel industry has financial motives. Well, they didn't note that the electric companies have the same motives. Thirdly, regarding the claim that we have a climate emergency, one of the committee members cited Vox as a reputable source. I looked up Vox on Wikipedia. Quoting from Wikipedia, It says Vox is an American news website founded in 2014. It's noted for its explanatory journalism. It's described as left of center, anti-conservative, and progressive. That's straight out of Wikipedia. So that's concerning. Lastly, one of the members of the committee was unspeakably rude and disrespectful to a caller. I just could not believe what I was listening to. He claimed absolute fact and firmly established scientific truth in his beliefs. Then he cut the caller off. That's not proven as truth. There's an equal amount of scientific evidence showing that human usage of fossil fuels is not the primary cause of climate change. This needs more debate and public input. Please go slowly on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. All right, next, Gail, please.
Next we have, let's see. Next we have Phil White. Phil, if you are there, if you could please unmute yourself and you can go ahead and speak. There, we should be able to hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Gail. Thank you, Council. I will just agree with Jim Selman's comments that we will not continue after mid-July as an official city committee, but we are still committed to the ideals of addressing climate change. And as Jim said, we intend to continue as a Citizens Action Committee. And so we will still be bringing recommendations to your council well into the future. I will save the rest of my time for the next item where I'll be talking about the REACH code. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. All right, next, Gail, please.
Next, we have Colin Jones. Colin, if you're there, you can go ahead and speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead. There, we should be able to hear you. Colin, are you there? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and mute him again and I'll come back to him.
Thank you.
So next we have, oh, he's gone too. It's getting late in the evening. People tend to drop off. So we don't have him. Colin Jones, Steve Colomé. I'll bring in Steve Colomé.
Gail?
Yes.
Gail?
Yes.
Who did you say was after Colin Jones, who's not there anymore?
Michael Shapiro was in the queue earlier, but he's not showing in there right now.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, Steve Colomé, you should be able to speak if you're, oh, you are unmuted, so you can go ahead and talk.
Sure. And I wasn't sure that I was going to say anything at this point. I would like to just address the issue of Brown Act committees and the charge that was given to this particular committee. I am a member of two different Brown Act committees, and in both of those cases, the vast majority of the work is done by staff. And in several cases, it's hundreds, if not thousands of hours of staff time behind committee meetings where the rest of us are either talking heads or judges, much like the city council here is. The charge of this particular committee was a work charge, developing a greenhouse gas inventory. I frankly do not know how in the world the engineering design work involved in developing an inventory can be done during a public meeting. It's a staff effort. It's an engineering and scientific effort. The same thing is true of developing climate policies. We were put in a straitjacket at the point that Councilmember Wyrick required that we also have no staff resources. So as far as I'm concerned, that's one of the key reasons why we are really not able to continue, I will say, under the yoke of this particular council. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Steve. All right, next, Gail, please.
Next, I will try Colin Jones again. Colin, if you're there, if you can unmute yourself and you can go ahead and speak. Colin Jones, if you're there, you can go ahead and speak now. Okay, I'm going to mute him again, and I will go to Bill Miley, and then we'll give Colin Jones one more try after that. Bill, if you're there, you can go ahead and speak.
Hello again.
Hi, go ahead.
My first point to this question is directed by quoting a section of the charter which your council adopted. So on September 10th, 2019, the council discussed the formation of the committee and directed the creation of an ad hoc study committee of short tenure to be comprised of 5 public members with underlined and bold with knowledge and expertise in climate-related issues. The council directed that the ad hoc committee return to the council with recommendations on a broader city or committee approach to climate emergency. End quotes. So I have Zoomed several of the committee meetings and spoke at one. Considering these folks were chosen for their expertise and not as representatives of our city to collect suggestions from citizens, as is done by commissions and the city council, I believe the council is adding to their job way beyond what they were asked to do. I don't see a need to continue public input. In fact, as I look back on it, it should have never happened. I suggest that a limited term be set for their final report, which I hear now is what's going on, not require Brown Act rules or public input, as the purpose was to acquire knowledge based on recommendations by folks with expertise in the fields, not to collect ideas from the calling public. The calling public have ample opportunity at council meetings. So, ending, let's maximize the climate committee membership as experts and let them finish on their own, easing their efforts to a final report, thanking them for what they did. And I would like to thank you for considering what I had to say. Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Bill.
Okay, next we have Wendy Larson. Wendy, if you're there, you can go ahead and speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself, and you can go ahead and speak now.
Thank you, Gail. Thank you again for allowing me to speak. I'd like to again commend to you Stephen Kunin's work in Unsettled. He is not a climate change denier, nor a QAnon idiot, nor a climate change alarmist. He is, I would say, best described as a climate change realist, and there are many such scientists. He writes in his book, yes, it's true that the globe is warming and that humans are exerting a warming influence upon it, but beyond that, to paraphrase the classic movie, The Princess Bride, I do not think the science says what you think it does. The American Physical Society, the professional organization of the country's physicists, convened a workshop with to stress test the state of climate science with 6 leading climate experts and 6 leading physicists. He was included. And he came to these conclusions. Humans exert a growing but physically small warming influence on the climate. The deficiencies of climate data challenge our ability to untangle the human influences from poorly understand natural changes. He said again, government and UN press releases and summaries do not accurately reflect the reports themselves. There was a consensus at the meeting on some important issues, but not at all the strong consensus the media promulgates. Distinguished client experts, including report authors themselves, are embarrassed by the media portrayals of the science. The results from the multitude of client models disagree with or even contradict each other. and many kinds of observations. A vague expert judgment, and I say that is put in quotation marks, expert judgment, was sometimes applied to adjust model results and obfuscate shortcomings. This again is the cooking the books aspect. In short, the science is insufficient to make useful projections about how the climate will change over the coming decades, much less than affect our actions will have on it. Kunin copiously references and relies on widely accepted government documents. I don't think the science says what you think it says. It is perhaps time to hear other voices. Perhaps an ad hoc committee on protection of personal and private property rights is in order, and certainly other voices on the science issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. We have another speaker, Gail.
We have Anita Hendricks. Anita, if you're there, you should be able to speak. Oh, I think you've got a software situation where I may have to hold. Let me see. Anita, are you there? You should be able to speak. Can you hear me? So what I'm going to do is some people sometimes have the older Zoom software and they haven't updated it, and the only way I can bring them into the meeting is to temporarily promote them to panelist. So I'll go ahead and do that. And whoops, there she is. Okay. Okay, if you're there, can you,
Yes, I'm
Anita?
here.
Yes, okay,
Can
you can
hear
go ahead
me?
and speak.
Yes. Well, the United Nations has done a report on climate change, and their assessment is kind of on the conservative side, but their conclusion is that we are in danger. So many species have gone extinct. We've had unusual climate situations. There is an urgency to address the climate crisis. And we really need to step up to the plate on this matter. We've made some progress, but we need to do a lot more. We need to fortify our climate council. We need to give them the resources that they need to go beyond. We need for them to have access to staff resources. They should be at their disposal. We, as a community, need to take every action that we can to alleviate climate change as much as it is possible. I'm not sure why this has been brought up. I don't know the background on this issue as far as the council itself and why it's even being questioned, unless that it was initially a short-term group. But we need to, as a community, we need to go far beyond what we've done, and we need to fortify and expand the council and the resources that it has. So that's my recommendation. I wholeheartedly, for our own individual, here we are talking about COVID. COVID is nothing compared to all the species, human, plant, life forms that are in danger. Your children, your grandchildren, nieces, nephews, the future of humanity, and all living creatures is at stake. So please do everything you can and more to support any efforts to address the climate issue. We need a radical change here. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening, and thank you, Climate Change Council, for all your efforts.
Thank you, Anita. All right, next, Gail.
Let me check and see if Colin Jones is still, no, he's left the meeting. So that is all the speakers that we have on this item.
Thank you so much, Gail. You're amazing. Appreciate it. Okay. Phil?
Yeah, since Mr. Colomay called me out directly, I want to correct the record. I don't have any authority unilaterally to do anything. I'm one member of a council. All I've done is insist that the protocol be followed, which is that staff engage in policy development under the direction and per the direction of the majority of this council. And if that's an inappropriate yoking of a committee, according to Mr. Colomay, when all I insisted upon is that we follow normal protocol that we use as a way of managing scarce staff time, I would simply point out that unfortunately Mr. Colomay has a pattern of misrepresenting facts and situation in pursuit of his advocacy.
Anybody else? Discussion? Randy?
Well, let's move this forward. It seems like Jim has made it clear that they're abandoning this committee. So what I propose is that we come back in August and discuss what steps we want to take forward in to recommitting ourselves to another type of climate committee. And I don't think we need to get into the discussion tonight, but I think between now and let's say the end of August or the 1st of September, James, that maybe we bring this back and we have a discussion if we want to form another climate committee. And if so, what are we looking for in the next venture forward? Jim and the climate group as it exists have made it clear they're going to continue as a citizen committee, which I think is great. And they're going to be more inclusive by bringing more people in from the community with more expertise. I think that's great. So I see this as a win-win. So I don't know if there's anything else to address here. They've pretty much resigned. I think as a council, we need to bring it back and ask ourselves, if we do want to continue this, what are we looking for in the next committee? And I would offer that we bring that back probably in the first meeting in September.
Ryan, raise your hand. Ryan?
Thank you. I just really want to thank Michelle, Steve, Brian, Phil, and Jim for all the hard work. Phil and Steve specifically, before I even the ink settled on becoming a member of the Air Pollution Control District, reached out to me and really helped supplement my knowledge and understanding. And I just want to commend their expertise. I've known Brian a long time. I appointed him to the committee. I think he's been a wonderful asset. I had a conversation with him this morning that was really positive, and I think that this could be a move that, well, it feels like there's some friction involved between the committee and everything else. I think the Brown Act requirement of 6 months was going to make it difficult for them to do their job, frankly, because of the way they have to do it and the way they have to kind of work together in a different fashion than we do on the council. But that being said, I don't anticipate not working with these people. Steve is still the Ojai liaison to the public input aspect of the Air Pollution Control District. I'll never stop being friends with Brian as long as I'm alive. He's a great human being. I've really liked Phil. I got to know Jim a little bit better, and I think Michelle's stance on a lot of this stuff is one of the best experts we have in town. So I'm with you, Randy. Call it a win-win. I think there's some clear friction, but I don't see this as a lose-lose for sure. I think we can reformat, recapitulate, and figure out a way to make this even better. I don't anticipate not working with any of these people. And one thing I found out today that was really interesting and an amazing point of all this that shouldn't be lost is that all 5 members, although I would have thought they were all, working together and knew each other and sat in some climate coffee shop together all the time. None of them knew each other when we all picked them. None of them had a relationship with each other. One of the really glowing aspects of this is the 5 people we picked are now a unit together and can work together to accomplish a lot more than they could separately before. And I had no idea that was the situation before. They may have loosely known each other, but I know Steve had mentioned to me that that they really didn't know each other before they ended up on the climate committee together. So, you know, Ojai's not going to change its values or the fabric of being a progressive environmental city. We're not going to not need help and expertise. We just may not have it exactly the same way or formatted the same way. But I highly, highly doubt, and I wouldn't want it to happen, that these 5 really smart, really passionate people about an issue that's important to Ojai go too far away or stopping an important part of, I know, the filling in the gap of the expertise I don't have. And I think for all of us, they're just really fantastic resources. And I say all the time, you know, the 4th leg of the chair that holds Ojai up are really fantastic volunteers and experts in the community and volunteers. And this is that group. So I just want to say thank you. I hope it's not coming to an end with a bad taste in their mouth. I hope we can continue to work together just in a different fashion. And I hope it does. I really support what Randy said about it being a win-win. And let's see if we can't make this thing, you know, morph into something else that maybe still has a really great impact.
Susan?
My thinking is that rather than consider making another kind of committee, that the city does everything possible to support what we've helped to create. And I think they've made the right decision to become a citizen action group, that they're not going to be constrained by the Brown Act. I think they're making, they want to, perhaps we can help them, you know, when I think we should have a statement on the city website underneath the Climate Emergency Mobilization Committee on the page, on the Climate Emergency Mobilization Committee page, that gives the public information that this committee is now a citizen action committee, provide contact information, and perhaps they'll give us some instruction on how they would like that worded. That's what I would like to see happen, that we support them in any way that we can.
And I would just like to echo Ryan's comments. I mean, thank you to the committee. What great resources and experts, and we're so grateful for these people giving so many of their hours of time to us. I think it's unfortunate that we all can't get along and work together sometimes. So that's not a win-win. Although moving forward, I agree with you, Susan, that they can do their beautiful work and not be hindered.
Yeah.
Randy?
Yeah, well, I think Susan's idea is commendable. I don't think we need to create conflict on our own website as to what our future committee is going to look like. Kudos to this group. Again, I'm the one who recommended Jim, and I recommended Jim because he's a progressive, he's a deep thinker, he's obviously a very intelligent man, but I didn't have really any clear understanding that he had anything over anyone else when it came to climate. But what he is he's a great organizer and a thoughtful individual and a deep thinker. So every one of these gentlemen and Michelle brought something unique and special to the group. And moving forward, I think we would be looking for the same thing. I think one of the bigger issues here is staff time. And to me, one of the reasons in the development of this committee was because we didn't have staff time. And we don't have staff time. And it's just that simple. So we relied on them to be the staff. We relied on them to bring back to us a tremendous amount of information. And in these packets that we're going to review, you can see how much work they did. So obviously, they're a bright group of individuals. They believe strongly in our community. They believe strongly in what we're trying to achieve. And I'm not losing a friend here. I'm not losing any friends here. If anything, I see us gaining, that we'll have more than one committee working on this. So again, I see it as a win-win moving forward.
Anybody else? Okay, so no motion here. We'll just moving forward to number 7.
Maybe can I,
Susan?
one more comment. I did hear them say that they're going to come back. They're going to continue to come back to the city council with policy recommendations. And I would say that if necessary, we give them a platform to express that. Perhaps they can do a presentation down the road and that sort of thing. And of course, they're going to participate in the general plan. I think that's all I want to say. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, all right, moving on to number 7, please. Reach codes.
Yeah, it's similar to the last item. With both of these, we had scheduled 6-month reviews. I think this one is it is on 6 months. I think it was the last one I noted, but because we don't have the July meetings, we're doing all of these reviews at either tonight's meeting or any other time sensitive item for July will be at the next meeting. So we're trying to make sure we get all of these handled. So this was the 6-month review of the REACH codes. Back in January, the city adopted a REACH code ordinance that and a REACH code is a code that reaches beyond the state minimum and requires has higher requirements than the basic REACH or basic code would have. We adopted a REACH code that required certain electric components in new construction, residential and non-residential buildings. The big one a lot of people talked about, and a lot of people may know this, no REACH codes by this is our code requires electric stoves, for example, if you're in a building that is not exempt from the ordinance, instead of gas. So it requires things like that, all electric appliances. So the city adopted the REACH code 6 months ago, and the city council at that time asked us to provide a 6-month status report. Because we don't have a lot of development in Ojai, the status report is pretty simple. In the 6 months since adoption of the REACH codes, the city's approved 1 single-family residence, no new commercial buildings, and 5 ADUs. Of these, none of those approved permits have been required to install all electric appliances. The single-family residence, I likely would have, but it had been applied for prior to adoption of the REACH codes. The ADUs all qualified for the ADU exemption to our REACH codes. So the simple report back is that 6 months in, we haven't had one subject to this, subject to the REACH codes at this time. Further, we've noted that the ordinance we adopted needs to have a couple of items clarified and corrected. Namely, the effective date needs to be clarified. We explained that, but in the packet, we included what we're calling a fix-it ordinance as attachment B, which doesn't change anything other than the effective date and corrects that issue. With that, the staff recommendation is to receive the report and adopt the attachment B ordinance to correct that issue.
And if I could add 2 more words on that ordinance, it would be introduction tonight, adoption next time. And the intention is to reflecting the final REACH codes ordinance as adopted, which in its primary operative provisions only amended the California Building Code and the California Residential Code, not amending the Energy Code and thereby not requiring approval by the California Energy Commission. Staff took it to the Energy Commission in conversation with the Energy Commission's staff and their attorneys. The word was that they would have no jurisdiction over it and will not be providing any kind of a thumbs up because it's not within their power. To clarify that point and to eliminate any confusion as to the effectiveness of the city's REACH codes, we recommend adoption of the quote fix-it ordinance to amend section 7 of the original ordinance to drop out reference to approval by the Energy Commission, as such approval is not legally required, and given the structure of the Reach Code ordinance as adopted. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Matt? Okay. Questions for staff?
Questions for the mayor. Are we planning to hear from the public and then go? I would like to go through the exceptions.
Yes.
You know, as I did not vote for all these, the last time this was before the council, I did not vote for these exceptions.
Yeah. Are we ready for public comment? Gail, could we please have Phil White first, who has a very brief presentation, maybe 5 minutes on the 9 exceptions. Thank you.
Okay. So Phil, you should be able to speak. If you're muted, please go ahead and unmute yourself and you can go ahead and speak.
Okay, thank you, Gail, and thank you, council. I'm appreciative of the kind comments you made in the previous item. This has been one of the most interesting things I've ever done in my life, and I'm really proud of the city of Ojai and the city council in Ojai for everything they've done to address climate change. The REACH code being a big part of that. We're going to continue to make recommendations, but tonight let's talk REACH code. We are in support of the staff recommendation to approve the package that has been presented to you. We see no reason why that can't go forward. We do have some comments, which I'm sure you've seen in the packet. Came in Friday night, I guess, included some 300 pages of documents. Mainly cost effectiveness studies for electrification of buildings in California, including Ojai. If I could, I would like to show a very quick PowerPoint to demonstrate what our recommendations are. I don't think you're prepared to act on them tonight, to adopt them tonight, but I would like to introduce them. And I think we want to recommend that our recommendations be referred to staff for vetting and coming back to your council with the proposed amendments to the REACH code, if you're agreeable to do so. In general, we're happy with the REACH code, the way it's written. The appeal process is great. That comes back to the council ultimately. That's the way it should be. We do have some issues with the exemptions that were adopted in November, which I would like to address briefly. Again, our recommendation is to approve what James brought to you, and to further take our recommended amendments on exceptions to the REACH code, refer that to staff with our assistance, to come back to you at a future meeting with a recommendation. So if I could get the PowerPoint, I'll run through real quickly the exceptions and what our positions are. Okay, if we could take the first one. These are in order of the exceptions that are in the, I don't have control over this, I don't think, do I? Yeah, if we could see the next screen, please. These are the exemptions that are in the initial REACH code and in the REACH code document that you're going to be voting on tonight. And we don't disagree with some of them. We do have issues with some of them, and I can explain quickly. If we go to the next one. Temporary buildings are accepted. We have no problem with that exception. Next one, please. Attached accessory dwelling units. We have found by going through the cost effectiveness energy studies, these are in your packet, that's the 300 pages of very technical stuff. This is prepared by the California Energy Codes and Standards Program, using procedures that the state of California uses in adopting new building codes. In the case of attached accessory dwelling units, we have no problem where a new accessory dwelling unit falls within the footprint of an existing building. For example, a garage conversion, maybe the owner would want to extend natural gas into that ADU. We don't see a problem with it. However, if there is new construction outside the footprint, this is a new building, and we believe that attached accessory dwelling units should not be exempted. The next slide, please. Freestanding accessory dwelling units that require electrical panel upgrade. This is probably our biggest concern, the biggest loophole in REACH code as adopted in November. We are persuaded by the cost effectiveness studies done by the state codes and standards program that are in your packet, that it is cost effective to make these new buildings all electric. And in fact, to put it another way, it's the lowest cost way for energy to build ADUs is with electricity. Use of gas increases the cost. We're a climate committee, but we're also concerned about the cost of buildings and housing. And the lowest cost housing will be all electric. The studies show that quite clearly. So we think this exemption should be done away with. The language of the exemption talks about if an electrical panel would be required. The study done by the state says as follows: the REACH code team found that a new detached ADU would require that the building owner upgrade the service connection. This is the electrical service connection to the lot in both the mixed fuel ADU design and the all electric design. There's really no reason to exempt them. And because most of the housing in Ojai will be ADUs, we think this exemption should go away. The next slide, please. Stationary natural gas backup generators. While we're not as concerned about this as we are on residential exemptions that are in the REACH code now, we recommend that this exemption be deleted. We do need resiliency in Ojai. You were talking earlier about electrical power shutoffs. A better solution is a battery backup like Wyrick has in his house. Next slide, please. Deed restricted affordable housing units, we don't believe should be exempted. we recommend this deletion be deleted. Again, all electric construction has been calculated in these state studies to be the lowest cost way to construct the energy systems in buildings. Next slide, please. Remodels, there is kind of, to me, kind of confusing language regarding remodels. We think that this exemption should be deleted. It's confusing and actually implies that that remodels will need conversion. And we've made it clear from the beginning that the REACH code only applies to new buildings. Next slide, please. Restaurants. This is a different one. We're kind of in the middle ground. We understand that when it comes to restaurants, that some of the chefs and cooks prefer gas cooking. We don't think that the city should be in the way of cooks and chefs cooking the way they want to. However, the other energy uses in the building ought to be electric in the code as they are for residential buildings and other non-residential buildings. So if there is an exception made, it would be for cooking only. Next slide, please. The swimming pools is an exception in the November code. We recommend that this exemption be deleted. It's been shown that solar and heat pump heating systems that have shown that natural gas is not needed for pool heating, that solar and heat pump systems are cost effective. So we think this should be eliminated. Again, if we go to the next slide, please. The last thing in our letter, and I encourage you to look at our letter of May 28th, where we talk about the reasons for our recommendations. We talk about the appeals process. A REACH code needs a good appeals process to be effective because there always will be strange cases that come up. And the way that the appeals process is written in the REACH code now is fine. The community development director with an appeal to the planning commission with a further appeal to the city council would take care of the special cases that are bound to come forward. So again, our recommendation would be to approve what James has brought to you on this item. James and the city attorney have brought to you for this item. And further, we recommend that our recommendations for amendments on these exceptions, these exemptions, be submitted to staff for vetting with our participation. We've spent a lot of time on this already, and in short order, we can help James come to a logical conclusion and bring back any specific amendments to the REACH code at a future meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Phil. Any questions for Phil? Souza and then Randy.
Well, you know, I live in an old house built in 1949, and I did ask Steve, why is my electric bill so high? Because the case, and I'm convinced that with new construction, new technology, the electric bill will be more equivalent to what we now consider a reasonable gas bill. That's my understanding. And I didn't really understand And maybe you could explain to the public, I was told that my high electric cost is due to resistance heating, very inefficient and expensive. The heat pump systems being installed in new construction is incredibly efficient and lowest cost, even in the short term. Immediate capital cost of building all electric are lower than building with both gas and electric, and the long-term cost effectiveness is clear cut. So I think I'm not the only member of the public that doesn't quite grasp that this REACH code applies to new construction, new technology. It's not asking someone that's living in an old house to convert to all electric. And maybe you could explain a little bit about the heat pump systems technology, the difference between that and me trying to heat my old house, which doesn't have the gas heaters broken. So if I try to heat it with electricity, the bill is very high. The difference between that and new construction with new technology.
Okay, am I still in the meeting?
Yes, you are, Phil. We can hear you.
Okay, well, Sousa, I don't know the situation in your house. We live in a house just outside the city limits, built in the 60s, and my wife and I are in the process of converting it voluntarily to all electric, induction cooktop and heat pump for heating and air conditioning, and electric clothes dryer. We have an electric oven. We're doing this on our own. The REACH code does not affect existing buildings like mine or yours, Sousa. It costs a lot more money to retrofit existing buildings. Maybe that will happen in the future, but at this point we're not there, and we're not recommending that to the council to do that. I would be happy to come by your house and give you some advice and look at what you got.
Thank you.
Randy, I think you had a question of me too, huh?
Phil, why don't you explain to people how heat pumps work?
Oh gosh, you all live in Ojai, and if you have air conditioning, does anybody not have air conditioning?
Well, how does it actually extract?
I don't have air conditioning.
I don't have air conditioning.
Okay, most people do, and an air conditioning system works by using refrigerants to transfer heat from the indoors, in the case of air conditioning, to the outdoors. And a heat pump reverses that and transfers heat from the outdoors into the indoors using refrigerants and compressors. If you have existing air conditioning, your electrical bill will not go up for air conditioning. You don't have to adjust the service. They work just great. And most people who have air conditioning have half of the heat pump. Did I answer your question?
Not really, but I'll ask it. Maybe I need to ask it differently. So Phil, I was doing a little investigating on heat pumps, and it seemed to be at a temperature of 47 degrees. There's not enough heat in the air for these pumps to be functioning at a high level or at a high capacity. So is there a breaking point at a certain temperature that you would have to run your heat pump longer to create more heat for your home? Which in turn I would transfer to the swimming pool technology and things of that nature. But instead of doing that, let's just stay with the house. So at what temperature do you have to run your heat pump longer to heat your house?
Well, you're absolutely right that heat pumps, because they are bringing in energy from outdoors and bringing it indoors through the refrigerant compressor process. As it gets colder and colder outside, they put out less heat inside. That's a known factor. The systems need to be properly sized so that on a design winter day, pick your temperature you want to offset in the outdoor temperature, but you size the equipment appropriately, just as you do a heating system fired by natural gas has to be properly sized to meet the heat load of your building. So it's a calc that needs to happen. Yes, it can take longer to heat a house or a pool with heat pumps or hot water. Yes.
Yeah, I contacted RayPac, and they were one of the biggest gas heaters manufacturers here for swimming pools in Ventura County, probably in Southern California at one time. And they make both. They make heat pumps and they make conventional gas appliances for pools and spas and for home heating. And that's where I got this information. So I was just wondering if you guys had factored that into any of your equivalents when you were talking about the benefits, cost effectiveness. If I have to run my heat pump longer in winter because the temperatures are lower, did you guys do a cost analysis of that? And is there a win? Or if you're saying I need to buy a bigger unit, did you factor in what size units are available and what those units might cost? Or did we just use an average?
Okay, now I understand your question. We didn't do these economic studies. These were done by the state, done by the California Energy Codes and Standards Program. And yes, they do take into account everything. They take into account for every climate, there's 16 climate zones in California. Ojai is number 9 and has its own unique characteristics, high temperature, low temperature. And yes, they did in their modeling take that into account. And still, they came to the conclusion that all electric construction is the most cost-effective way to put energy into buildings.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Wow, that's so cool. Bill, your hand up.
I'd like to point out, I think we're kind of going off the rails here. We're actually in public comment, and we should give everyone that wants to speak an equal opportunity.
Questions for Phil?
And I'm not finished, Mayor. And then I think that rather than getting into deliberation, we need to, since we're actually engaging in a vetting process, we should be talking about how we want to vet these proposals rather than vetting them tonight.
I'm ready to make a motion after the public comment.
Well, we haven't finished public comment yet.
We're finished with questions for Phil. Can we move on to the public next person, Gail, please?
Hey, thank you very much for your attention and your interest in climate change. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Phil.
Next, we have Anita Hendricks. Anita, I'm going to, there. You should be able to speak. Anita's the one I need to promote her to panelist in order for her to speak in the meeting. So, Anita, you should be able to talk now. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead. Anita, are you there? Anita, if you could. Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay. Well, I would like. I think it's great that you're doing this REACH proposal. I have to endorse most of what Phil said. I do have some questions. Why would a restaurant be exempt when they have such a huge volume of gas? I kind of understand it because most people like the variability of gas. And I used to be a professional cook myself. but that's a huge volume of gas. So that's one question for Phil, and the other is let's see if I can find it here. With the footprint, why do you give don't recommend why would a house that is having a remodel within its footprint not have to comply? I don't see how it would make a difference if it's cost effective. Why they would get an exemption. So I'm totally back Phil on his recommendations that he just presented. But those are two questions and concerns I have. So Phil, can you answer that?
Phil's no longer a part of the conversation.
Sorry, Anita, thank you for your comment and great questions. And I'll ask Phil to get back to you. Thank you very much. Next, Gail.
Okay, let me, just one moment. Okay. Okay, there we go. So the next person we have will be Jay Simmons. Jay, if you're there, you can go ahead and speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead and talk. Jay, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can
Okay,
you hear me?
can go ahead.
Yes, I had the opportunity to witness or view the climate discussion meeting a couple days ago, and it's extremely impressive what this group has done. And I would like to commend the council on its work on the REACH codes. And I think the committee has come up with some really good suggestions. I would hope that the council will go ahead and pursue the investigation of those recommendations. And if the evidence shows that they are accurate, that we should implement and include those in a revised REACH code. Again, I would highly commend the committee for their work and the council for their foresight and their energy in pursuing this. I think we all have a huge investment in making this stuff right and going out it as best we can, because we know that the costs are only going to increase as our climate it forces us to do certain things. And better now with some insight than later when we don't have much choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay. Next, Gail, please.
Next, we have, let me see, Jan Dietrich. If I'm mispronouncing your name, I apologize. You should be able to speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Gail. Yeah, that's my name. And I'm speaking on behalf of the 350 Ventura County Climate Hub. And just a second, my notes are missing here. There we go. No. We applaud your council's November adoption of the REACH code. I want to mention that the number 350 in the name of our global network of chapters that calls for urgent climate action represents the 350 parts per million of carbon dioxide that is associated with a stable climate. A benchmark atmospheric CO2 level of 419 parts per million was just reached this last few days. That has not been seen in the past 800,000 years. So we're refreshing our call for more ambitious local climate action. And our next step will be a survey to all government entities in the county about climate action. Ojai is going to score well because you declared a climate emergency. And I'm happy to hear Councilwoman Francina's suggestion about a very interactive, substantive climate page on your website. So this can go into our survey as well. The climate emergency mobilization members have been excellent, and they did deserve staff support. Perhaps the city can provide that through a grant. The members clearly strive to base their recommendations in alignment with data. And by the way, doubters about climate change would not be qualified for such a committee where they would be contradicting the findings of 98% of scientists. So we encourage you to follow their new recommendations. The exemptions don't make sense, especially the detached ADUs and low-income new construction. A few of these exemptions just from the get-go took you in the wrong direction for environmental justice and climate goals. We need faster decarbonizing of buildings. Allowing any buildings to be built with gas infrastructure is folly when Congress is planning to put a rising tax on carbon, which is a part of President Biden's climate legislative package. It is widely agreed that President Biden cannot reach the goal of cutting in half greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 without decarbonizing buildings. So we appreciate your leadership. And we are helping inform your community why this REACH code is going in the right direction and would be improved by removing the exemptions as recommended by your climate committee. Thank you for the time to express this. Appreciate everything you're doing.
Wow. Thank you, Jan. Much appreciated. Next, Gail.
Next, we have Wendy Larner. Wendy, if you're there, you can go ahead and speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead.
The recommended deletions in Ordinance 911 may be overreach and unnecessarily costly and restricted to the people of Ojai. It opens the door for future, even more burdensome regulations under the label emergency. It is indeed about power, government power, perhaps just the beginning of a power grab by the few over the many using scare tactics. Certainly, resolution number 1930, declaring a climate emergency, seems so, and I'll just quote from that. This emergency threatens to destroy civilization and kill billions of people. This climate change will wreak havoc across the United States. Human activities have warmed the earth to a point that threaten climate stability and human existence. Please reject this ordinance, or at least table it until more comprehensive information is considered. I have lived long enough and read enough history to recognize dangerous hyperbole. I also want to address the California Energy Code plan that was referenced earlier. Notice the caveats. It was prepared by Pacific Gas and Electric Company and funded by the utility customers. Neither PG&E nor any of its employees makes any warranty, express or implied, or assumes any legal liability or responsibility for the accuracy, completeness, or usefulness of any data, information, method, product, etc. Both methodologies used required estimating and quantifying from 3 prototypes. That was all, 3 prototypes. It just seems there are a myriad of other factors to be considered than were considered here. And I just don't think this tomb that was added to their proposal has value for our purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Next, Gail, please.
Next, we have Steve Colomaze. Steve, if you're there, you can go ahead and speak. If you're muted, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you can go ahead and talk.
Sure, just done. I'm speaking now as a member of the committee, but not representing the committee, and I just want to address climate denial. It's often said that 97 to 99% of scientists acknowledge the reality of climate change and global warming. Well, actually, it's more accurate to say that 100% of educated scientists would concur with two observations. Number one, the climate is warming. That observation is supported by copious amounts of empirical measurements of temperature increases in oceans, the atmosphere, and terrestrial biosphere. Temperatures are increasing at a rate that's unprecedented in human history. That's simply a fact. Secondly, that human activity is primarily responsible for the observed temperature increases caused primarily by release of carbon dioxide through the burning of fossil fuels and methane emissions. And as a scientist, which is what I am, we are trained to approach questions with open minds, and our understanding can always be adjusted by new data. So, for example, there are still significant questions regarding the physics in the physics community regarding gravitational attraction. Yet I seriously doubt that anyone would take advantage of that uncertainty to leap off a 20-story building in the belief somehow that they would not meet their fate on the ground. Unfortunately, there are a few scientists willing to violate their training in the service of private masters. To everyone here, I recommend the following book, The Merchants of Doubt: How a Handful of Scientists Obscured the Truth on Issues from Tobacco Smoke to Global Warming, written by Harvard University historian of science Naomi Oreskes and Eric Conway. And I strongly suspect that the vast majority of Ojai residents prefer fact over fiction and truth over lies. And I'll take my remaining time to respond to Mr. Wyrick, who accused me of misrepresentation. I proudly have never represented either my knowledge or understanding. And in all of the work that I've done advising federal and state agencies, foreign governments, and Congress, I have been asked and expected to be brutally honest. The only person caught publicly in misrepresentation has been Mr. Wyrick. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Steve. Next, Gail, please.
Next, we have Rudy Gonzalez. Rudy, if you're there, you can go ahead and speak. If you're muted, please go ahead and unmute yourself, and you can go ahead now.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to take just a couple of moments and speak a little bit about a concern that has been raised previously and was actually raised earlier this evening, and that is around electric reliability. In our Pathway 2045 paper, we've outlined a vision for how California can achieve deep decarbonization in a way that's affordable and practical. Most importantly, we've identified what steps are necessary to expedite the clean energy transition. And one component of that is through building electrification. So it's logical that folks might question the reliability of the grid if we move to a greater dependence on electricity. And I can tell you that the state investor-owned utilities and state regulators and the Energy Commission are all taking the steps necessary to ensure that we have adequate resources available to meet the growing demand of electricity, both from building electrifications as well as the electrification of the transportation industry. Last year, we had a hiccup. In August of last year, we experienced rotating outages for the first time, I think, in about 17 years. And as a result of that, the state, along with the investor-owned utilities, are taking steps necessary to increase capacity, ensure that we have adequate resources available to meet the increasing heat storm activity that we're experiencing. The last part that I'll mention is around public safety power shutoffs. Those were unfortunately a regular occurrence over the past couple of years. We're in the process now of winding down a couple of major projects in the city of Ojai. The two circuits that are the primary sources of electricity in the community, the Patricia and the Thatcher circuit, are being completed with insulated wire. Therefore, we'll be able to increase the thresholds before we implement PSPS activation. So we're doing everything that we can to harden our grid, make it more resilient to fire threat, And we believe that all that work will result in greater reliability. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rudy, for the clarification. Next, Gail.
And that is it.
Great. Thank you so much. Discussion? Randy?
Just real quickly, the only thing I didn't hear from Rudy were rate increases. What are they projecting down the road? I mean, as we all go electric, it's just a question that's always in the back of the head is as you move forward and you consolidate and someone monopolizes, you have a tendency to lose control. I think everything that Rudy said was great, but again, I don't think they addressed that bottom line is, what will we look like and what will it cost in our future? And I know that's a big question that'd be very difficult to project, but it's still there.
Can I raise a point of order? If we want to take up the last item, we're going to have to continue and take up the last item because of our 10:30 shut off. But if we don't want to take it up, then that's okay. I just want to point out the time.
Yeah. We got 3 minutes.
Is it time sensitive, James?
Well, it's up to us. It's up to us whether we want to continue this item and take up the last item and then come back to this item tonight or not. It's up to us.
And I'm asking if the last item is time sensitive.
We're bringing back at the next meeting, we're bringing back the ADU update, which will include the standardized plan, which was also assigned to the BAB. So there may be...
James said this discussion item 8.
Yeah, so there may be logic, though, to bringing both of the BAB-related items together.
That's what I'm thinking is that
I move that we just take...
Hey, you guys, please, one at a time. So Bill, then Ryan.
We got a minute. I was just going to say, if we need somebody to move that we take item 8 to next time, I'll move for that.
I'll second.
Okay, can we vote on that? Bill, please.
I don't think we need a vote. We can just...
Okay. Consensus is fine. I think I've heard consensus to that effect.
Okay.
And there are no public speakers on item 8.
Okay, thank you.
We're moving to 8 right now, Mayor?
No. We're knocking. It's on the 22nd, next meeting.
Oh, we just voted to. Is that what we voted on? I thought we voted to continue the existing item, take up that item. Was that your motion, Ryan?
No, I'm sorry. I was saying let's just push 8 off to the next meeting.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. That's fine then. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're discussing.
Continue on 7. Sorry.
Thank you, Ryan. We're discussing 7 right now.
Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we made a choice.
Can I make a motion and then we can discuss?
Sure.
Okay. My motion is to direct staff to vet the exemptions that the Climate Emergency Committee recommends that we remove the exemptions let me start over. Direct staff to vet the exemptions that the Climate Emergency Committee recommend that we remove in their letter of May 28, 2021. And I can read out the numbers if necessary, but that's my motion. It's in the letter. Is that an adequate motion, or do you need to clarify anything?
The only question will be whether you also wish to introduce the ordinance as proposed that clarifies the effective date, or if you wanted to take that separately.
No, I think it can be done together, what you said.
Yes, that could be done together. That would be to introduce an ordinance to the City Council, City of Ojai, amending Section 7 of Ordinance Number 911, clarifying its effective date.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, can we amend that, Souza? Would you be open to amendment?
Yes, I'd like to hear.
That we recognize who staff is, and this is all Title IX jurisdiction. That I would recommend that we send it to BAB for clearing versus staff.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't accept that.
Well, fine. Let me finish before you don't accept.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Mayor, am I recognized?
Yes. Thank you, Randy.
But we don't have a second yet.
Yeah, I'll second Souza's, not Randy's.
Oh, okay. All right, then we have discussion. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be my amendment, and if that's not an acceptable amendment, then I would make that as a second motion. I would like to make an alternative motion.
That would be in order as either a substitute motion or as an amendment to the prior motion, perhaps as an amendment, given it's a modification, not so much a full-scale remove and replace.
So we would vote on that amendment that it goes to BAB for review versus staff.
Correct, although that amendment would require a second, which I don't think I've yet heard.
I'll second it.
Well, can I ask a question about that, though? Because can I ask you a question, Randy, about your amendment? Why? Because I looked into the history a little bit, and it went to BAB in February 2022, and it was delayed. Finally, in October, BAB dealt with it, and from what I heard, it didn't go well at all. It was, and finally, it went to council. So, and I mean, Bill, did it? You think it didn't go well, so why would you send it back there?
So there are protocols.
No, I understand that. But,
well, let me answer, please.
Please do.
Protocols and there's procedures, and that's the protocol and that's the procedure, and we keep circumventing them in this new in this new management of the city council. And so I'd like to get back to what we do. And under your leadership, maybe you can make the BAB and make this group play together in the sandbox together better. That's one of the leadership skills that you bring to the club now. So I'm just saying that's the logical place to take it. And it will then come back to council. And probably the most important thing that we do as a council and as sending it to our deliberative bodies, whether it's planning or arts commission or rec and parks or any of these, is the fact that it gives the community an opportunity to weigh in. It provides for more transparency. So if we don't want to do that, then we're not giving the community the opportunity to participate in this, like we all agree that they need to and that they should. Now, if they don't, that's on them. And BAB can deliberate and BAB can get it back to us. So that to me, I think is the logical choice here. So that's why I motioned the way I did.
Bill, then Susan?
Yeah, I just want to amplify that. It's about transparency and public engagement. And that means you go through the process. If we're not happy with BAB in the past, and I think the answer is to put a time certain for them to come back, take this up, offer public engagement, and come back to us. But to circumvent public engagement and transparency, I think is a mistake.
Matt, there's a question for Matt. Are we legally required to send this to the BAB?
No, it is not legally required by state law that the proposal to further narrow the reach codes go to the reach codes exemptions go to the Building Appeals Board. It is a choice of the City Council, majority.
Okay, thank you. You know, we as a council selected 5 experts, and this is their report that they have worked on for over a year, 2 years actually. Okay, they have provided hundreds and hundreds of documents. I don't know what, and now I'm asking staff to vet those documents to make sure that they're not prejudiced, that they're credible. That's all I'm asking staff to read all of this and then come back and tell us and give us their educated assessment. I do not see any reason to send this to a committee that we already know is opposed to reach codes. They're not a committee that is looking at this with an open mind. All you have to do is watch the last time that they went through the last meeting on the reach codes. You'll see how rude they were to the expert that was presenting. If I felt that the BAB consisted of people that had an open mind, I might feel more comfortable, but I am not in any way comfortable to send this back to the BAB. I feel like it's just a delay tactic, and that you are not honoring the work of the people that you selected, that that I see no, I feel like there's a level of arrogance here that you know more than the experts that we selected. So no, I don't accept that amendment. And
I think, well, it's a substitute. It's a
I got it.
substitute.
Hey guys, I got it. Randy.
Now, Ryan was next.
No, Randy was next.
No, Ryan was next, Mayor.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead, Ryan.
There's no official order.
Just you guys, if you could bring it back to the chair and not call on other people, because I'm the chair. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you. I was the one who moved to put this out 6 months and review it. And I was hoping we'd get some new data. Over the last 6 months, we've had one of the biggest explosions of real estate, movement in the city of Ojai in a long time. During that time, we had exactly 0 new single-family residents that were built that would be subject to this code. We had a couple of ADUs. I just don't think we've learned any new information. There's really not a change in circumstances or an additional amount of data that we've been provided to be able to work with from our city, not from the outside sources that when I read, on these documents who some of the creators of these sources are, and that it's Edison and other utility companies, I do worry about it. And it's through the Public Utility Commission, which, as somebody who's spent a lot of time on behalf of the city dealing with, I have very little respect for their ability to get it right, and very little respect for their ability to vet the data correctly. I don't disagree with this committee saying, hey, this is something that's going to come up in the future, and this may be the way we need to go. But we don't have the luxury in Ohio being so lucrative, so rich that we can do something that might increase the cost of living or the ability to build a new home, especially on these ADUs. Our policy has been steadfast on ADUs, including fighting with the sanitation district, creating preset plans at our own cost so people can make it cheaper. I'm not compelled yet that it is actually less expensive to go all electric. And the reason for that is, outside of all of the information we're being provided, and we know there's competing scientific ideas on this, it's not settled 100%. I don't think so. But we don't see contractors and builders telling people this is the way you should go to save money. And that's concerning to me. And I do agree with the environmental portion of it, but I don't necessarily believe that we should be increasing the cost of housing in Ojai, especially ADUs, which we have a steadfast policy of trying to reduce every cost available to put in an ADU. So I just don't see a lot of data here that tells us that our current REACH code or an amendment to the REACH code is going to make any difference. In fact, over the last 6 months, it would make absolutely no difference whatsoever. And I don't want it to be a problem or to be something that we go to be on the leading edge of an environmental issue on, but end up hurting ourselves because we're actually increasing the cost of housing and increasing the cost of living and increasing these other costs that we almost all agree is one of the biggest problems in Ojai. And I don't think the biggest problem in Ojai is our environmental impact on the world. I think we're very good about that. I'm very concerned about how this affects the increased cost of trying to put in additional housing.
Okay, Randy, then Souza.
Okay, so one, I'd like to proceed with a vote, but before that, I just want to acknowledge for everyone's benefit, there are things that I have seen that the committee has recommended that I would be for. What I need is more time to study and to actually interact with the BAB when they do present this. That you saw the questions I asked tonight about, come on, help me with oh, come on, you guys. What's the, with the,
Heat pump.
with the heat pump? I need more time. I mean, someone gives me 300 pages of information on a Friday night. Like I said, I'm running a full-time business. There's only so much I can read. I need more time. And I think, again, there's things that I absolutely go along with. There's things that I would maybe even take further. But I think the proper vetting mechanism for this is a Title IX, and that's through the BAP. And I'm adamant about that's where it should go at this point in time. Again, we can set a date certain that it comes back, and then we can deliberate again, and we can move this one more time. So that's where I stand on it. And I would like, Mayor, if I can, to close the discussion and have a vote.
Susan has a comment, and then we can close it. Go ahead, Susan.
Reasons that Ryan gave regarding questioning the cost effectiveness, that's the very reason I made a motion that staff should vet this. I don't think that you're going to ever have time to read all the material. We've had 2 years to read all the material, and staff is paid to vet these kind of things. That's why we have staff. I doubt very much that the BAB committee is going to do any more reading than we have. So I'm not voting for your motion. This is the most unfortunate situation. You're obviously dragging your feet.
You're directing something at me that Mayor said we weren't going to do tonight. Am I correct, Mayor?
Correct. Let's, you have a motion and we have a second, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are we ready to vote, Gail?
Matt, what Matt?
So the vote is first on the motion to amend, which was made by Councilmember Mahoney, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick. That would be to amend the main motion to direct the vetting of the Climate Emergency Committee's recommendations to be done by the Building Appeals Board. That motion is voted on first as an amendment. If it passes, then the main motion becomes to introduce the ordinance and have the Building Appeals Board vet the recommendations. If that amendment fails, the main motion remains on the table and would be to introduce the ordinance and have the Climate Emergency Committee's recommendations vetted by staff. So it's a two-step process. The first vote would be on the amendment, and it would be in order to call for the vote unless, of course, other members of council had further comments.
Okay. All right. Roll call, please, Gail.
Mayor Sticks.
And just to confirm, this is vote. We're voting to send it to BAB, right?
Yes, this is the vote on the amendment to send it to refer the matter to BAB.
Okay. No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick.
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz.
No.
I'm sorry. Was that no?
No. I don't think it needs to go to BAB. My opinion is.
I just couldn't hear if you were saying
I
yes
don't
or
think the
no.
staff should review it either. So.
Okay. Councilmember Francina.
No.
Councilmember Haney.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And then
the vote then becomes a vote on the main motion, which is to introduce the effective date fix-it ordinance and to direct the staff to vet the recommendations and return to the council at a later date.
Okay. All right. May we have a vote, please, Gail?
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick.
No.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Haney.
No.
And then I'd like to propose an alternative motion that we actually just change the effective date.
Second.
To what date, right?
As is listed in the staff report.
Did you second it, Bill?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we have a vote on that, please, Gail.
Well, I don't understand. We're voting to do nothing except change the date?
The motion on the table would be to simply introduce the ordinance fixing the effective date issue and to take no further action at this time on the recommendations from the Climate Committee.
You know what? I would like to say, I would amend one thing. I'm happy to bring this back in 6 months again and review it again, hoping that we have more data about how it's affected our actual city, if anyone's open to that amendment.
What the hell?
A second on
I
that?
rest my case.
Yeah, I believe I seconded it, Mayor.
You
I
second.
decided that we would bring it back in 6 months, Bill. That's the one.
Is that part of the motion?
It wasn't originally. I would like to do that, though. I do think it's appropriate that we should bring it back.
I'd be happy to concur with that amendment.
We continue the cycle till we get it right and we have enough data to see how it's impacting actual things in the city of Ojai.
Yeah. Okay. I'm all right with that.
I have a question. May I ask a question, or before or after the vote? How we no longer have a climate emergency committee. So are you saying that for the next 6 months, you're committed to doing your own independent research so that we're just not right back where we started 6 months from now? Who's going to further educate us?
I think that the impact of the policy that we've passed has not been tested in our community yet. We don't have data about how this is affecting our community. I think I already did research and we went over it in November. We've researched it again. I'm not compelled to change it. The council's not compelled to change it. I think we ought to continue in the path we're on and see how it affects whether we have any new construction or not. And the reality is that it's had no impact at all on anything so far. And I think we ought to see how it works before we start increasing the potential impact of the policy.
But the truth is, there's no impact because of all the exemptions. There's never going to be impact with all these exemptions.
I disagree with that. We've had no new single-family construction in Ojai, and not all single-family construction is exempt. So I don't agree with that. We haven't actually had an opportunity to see whether a new construction would have applied. The one that existed was permitted prior to this going into effect, so it didn't impact it.
Well, all the new ADUs are gas.
Well, I've already expressed my opinion is that we shouldn't change the current policy for ADUs. So this would wait and see, and we could see how additional ADUs are impacted or not. But I personally don't feel we should do anything to, our policy, like I said, has been steadfast of doing everything we can to make it as easy as possible to put in an ADU. And I don't believe requiring all electric on a new ADU, even if it's separate from the home, makes it easier to put in an ADU.
Well, and plus it's much safer because it's smaller and much less toxic than having a small place with gas. So that's my feeling. Anyway, should we vote on this? Ready? Gail, maybe the roll call, please.
Councilmember Haney,
So clarification, we're voting on tabling this for 6 months and coming back. And we are changing the date as recommended by staff. That's a yes.
Councilmember Francina,
No.
Councilmember Blatz,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
No. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Souza?
Before we end this discussion, I would ask my colleagues on the council to look at the hidden cost. You know, not just the financial cost, but the hidden cost.
Mayor, the discussion is over. We vote.
Okay, moving on. Let's go to council member reports. Anybody have some reports?
Mayor, really quick, just remind everyone that we're awaiting county planning's response to the request of the Mosler Quarry to be relieved of their current responsibility for 97,000 cubic yards in the reclaimed final surface plan that is currently on the book. So that'll be an interesting, I think they have 40 days from the time they had the administrative hearing. And so we'll be watching that. Both Forest Watch and Sierra Club have weighed in terms of concern about that level of, or that magnitude of modification post-closure plans for that situation up there at the quarry. And the second thing is that we continue to have the City of Oxnard has gone ahead with moving additional tons of solid waste, more miles, more wear and tear on the highway, more pollution, and more wait time to the waste management landfill from the publicly controlled Toland landfill. So that's an ongoing story, and we'll see how that plays out. And again, they did that without a full environmental impact review. They did it through addendum. And unfortunately, what we see with public agencies is using addendums to old EIRs to get around the standards for EIRs that are generally imposed on the private sector. So it's an ongoing issue and concern. I just want to report on.
Thank you for taking care of that, Bill. Anybody else? Well, I'd like to just give a huge shout out to staff for the Emergency Preparedness Day on May 27th. Thank you so much, James. Huge success. We had Matt Levere and Brian Brennan and the police and fire and CERT and search and rescue and crew and the Humane Society. And it was just wonderful to see everybody there collaborating, helping out. So it's just a really great event, and you can watch it online. So that's exciting. And the next step will be Bob Roper's coming on August 10th to present the Phoenix Plan fire preparation to present to council. Randy?
Just real quick, I attended the grand opening of the Thursday night farmers market, and it was just incredibly well accepted in the community. I was blown away. It was something I think everyone in this community has envisioned for years, a town hall and a town center and some activities. And I'm sure there's some kinks that they'll work out. I'm hoping that as they head into the summer, they change their hours. Instead of 3 to 7, maybe go 4 to 8 or something where it's a little cooler versus midday, 3 o'clock, 100-degree weather in Ojai. So, but I thought it was phenomenal, and kudos to the school board, to Tiffany, all of her staff, well run, well organized, and I think the community loved it.
Yeah, I agree. It was amazing. Thanks for bringing that up, Randy. And just a big shout to their board, Julie Gerard, Grace Malloy, Heath Perry, Michelle Lopez Dorn, and Steve Sprinkle. And of course, Tiffany, who made it happen too. So yes, fabulous. Anything else from staff? Okay, moving on to city manager's report. James.
Thank you. Just a couple of things I wanted to mention these to keep an eye out from next week. And one of them I think people are excited about is the Libby Park turf remodel. The Turf Hill remodel is starting next week. And so we wanted to mention it. Anybody that wants to go take a last slide down the old one and prepare for the new one to come in.
Hey, do I get a shout out for that old one?
Yeah, actually, that's right. Yeah, if you want to take the last ride on Councilmember Haney's turf hill before it converts. So that again is a project brought to us by Measure C. So that's going to move forward next week, which is amazing after the economic challenges we had this year. Also, that's around that. On that same date, June 15th, we're going to be doing the curb cut improvements on the corner of Ojai Avenue and Signal at the intersection there. So two, I think, long-awaited improvements are going to be moving forward at that time. And then just quickly, I'll note for the next council meeting, we do have several items that are planned at this point. Two of them were public hearings, so we had to notice them in the newspaper. So those are somewhat firm. One is the final budget adoption. The other was, as I mentioned earlier, is the accessory dwelling unit ordinance recommendations and the standard plan report back. So those two will be public hearings. And then on discussion, we just moved the BAB review of the fire hardening options to come back at that meeting as well. And then we have the unveiling of our Centennial logo. And I think people have seen those, the 10 logos that were submitted as part of that contest. And there's some pretty cool ones. So we're looking forward to unveiling which will be selected to be on the posters and the commemorative coins and things like that for this year. And then the other one that's scheduled for that meeting is the cannabis tax review. We have the 4 months of data at this point, so we'll bring that back and let the impacted businesses know that that will come back as well. So that's what's on the horizon on June 22nd. And that's
Okay.
all I have.
Okay. All right, future agenda items. Anything else? Bill?
I have a couple. One, I was wondering if the council majority would entertain that we wrap into the discussion of the cannabis revenue report. Also have a discussion on some possible cannabis economic base expansion or diversification. I'm thinking along the lines of, for example, it's come to my attention that we're kind of preventing, now that we've allowed manufacturing, we've prevented, by the lack of distribution licenses, the ability for product being produced here to be directly marketed here. At least that's a concern that I heard today. There's also the issue of whether or not we want to consider allowing the dispensaries to help revitalize the East End commercial corridor or not, or we want to keep them in the industrial area with all the concerns that we've had about taking up industrial space. I don't want to, I'm just asking whether or not you, the rest of council feels that maybe we want to generalize that discussion or not. And I'm requesting that we consider that, see if there's any support for that. Then I have a couple other things to ask.
Susan?
I support that discussion that Bill suggested.
Okay, let's two council members.
If the city manager feels and the city attorney feels that they can be tied together, I don't know.
The item could be structured to include a couple of those, and with two, that would be under the current protocols. It'll be added to the agenda, and I would we'll go from there.
Okay. Randy?
As much as I'd like to have that conversation, I just think those two items are standalone, Bill. I think what we're trying to get back from the from what's already agendized is really important. Those two issues are important. I just think that we're going to make something that we can accomplish and get done into something greater and larger that we may not get done. I don't see any reason we can't bring those two back. Are we looking for a vote of the majority of council to bring those, to put those on the agenda tonight, or just two?
Well, the protocol would be for, I guess, just to answer your, if I might, Mayor. I'm
Sure.
sorry.
Of course.
Mike, I think, Randy, that their overlap in terms of tax revenue is based on tax base. You know, it's and so I see the overlap there because we're talking about the tax base to which the tax is applied. And so anyway, whatever our protocol is, I see that Susan supports it. I'd like to see them at least brought up for discussion. And we could, the majority can then decide they don't want to pursue it any further, but I'd like to get it on to discussion.
Yeah, if it turns out to be too much, we can always continue it in August.
Okay.
So that's my first item request.
Right.
So would two, the current protocols would put that on the agenda. So that the floor is back to the council.
Okay. And I have two more really quick. When Mr. Roper makes his presentation, will that also be a plan for us to begin deliberating on for adoption in terms of emergency plan?
Yes.
Just an inquiry.
Yes. Yeah, he's
Okay.
going to present it to council. Yep.
Okay. And the third thing is I would like to request a 6 p.m. closed session at the beginning of the next meeting to under the sort of safe harbor boilerplate of city manager performance evaluation, where basically we have a discussion of the in light of a series of recent developments and events in terms of the right protocols to maintain maximum city manager productivity.
I would second that.
Okay. I was wondering, are you finished, Bill?
Yes.
Okay. The chamber sent a letter to all of us, and a citizen also sent a letter to us about a moratorium on the chain. And so I was just wondering he made a request. Have any response to that?
What can we legally do, Matt?
So nothing is on tonight's agenda. So absolutely nothing tonight.
No, but I mean to agenda.
Next time, 2 members of council could put it on the agenda. I don't know. I haven't seen this letter, so I have no idea what the chamber's asking for, but I can guess. The item that they seem to have, my expectation is the item that they're seeking is the item that was on the agenda a couple of meetings ago. So we could bring that back if there was support from 2.
The emergency chain ordinance.
Which was the item that was on the prior agenda, was a proposed urgency ordinance requiring a 4/5 vote to be adopted that would implement an immediate change to the definition of formula business under the zoning code and to lower the number of qualifying businesses from the current 11 to something lower. I think original proposal was 5 or 7. That could return if there was support, but I would remind the council that any urgency ordinance requires a 4/5 vote, although only 2 can put it on the agenda, only it would take 4 to adopt it. And that item is presently under consideration by the Planning Commission. They had a first discussion of it 2 meetings ago, or at their last meeting, and it's slated to return at an upcoming meeting for consideration of that item further. Thank you.
Ryan?
I was just going to say, I mean, when we expect getting information back from planning, because I know we had said that if it wasn't an urgency motion, it needed to go through planning.
Yeah, they started the review. I think they're finishing the review on, I wrote that down. I want to say they're finishing the review at their first meeting in July. They're expecting to finish their review at the first meeting in July. So it would come back to us at our first meeting in August.
Susan?
I'm thinking that we should consider bringing it back as an urgency that requires 4/5, just because we're not meeting in July. And a lot can happen in six weeks. 7 weeks.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll put it back on for next time.
Bringing it back as another emergency when it wasn't an emergency the first time, right? That's what I'm hearing. And that it's already sent to planning, and planning's deliberating, and now we're going to impose our will on it before planning's done.
Well, I'd like to get the chamber to come and talk about it, actually.
The chamber call each one of us and talk to us about it.
They're still around by then, apparently.
So this is where I'm going to jump in and note that the item is not on tonight's agenda. It cannot be discussed further under the same protocols as before. We've heard 2 to seek it, asked to come back next time. So it will return as, I think what we'll do is we'll just bring the same item forward that was already drafted and prepared, and thereby can be done quickly.
Okay.
Come back next time for consideration by the council, bearing in mind that it does require a 4/5 vote to adopt an urgency ordinance.
Bill?
Trying to be fair here, Councilmember Haney, I think if you were, and Mr. Matthew, stop me if I'm trying to talk to process here rather than deliberate. Okay, so you stop me if I'm crossing the line here. I think the idea is to put as I understand it, basically to put a pause on any additional permitting until the planning commissions had a chance to come back to council with their thoughts or recommendations. That's my understanding of the procedural request, Randy.
Well, that's not what was brought back. It was, again, the item was an emergency. So they're 2 different things. You guys need to figure out what you want.
I understand, and that's why I just wanted to bring up that procedural point of what I understood from the chamber request.
Thank you, Bill. That sounds great. So Let's do that.
Actually, I have a clarification. That's not what was brought last time. So the request is turned with a moratorium on any new form of business permit being issued. That is also possible, but again, would require, is that the request from two members of council? I'm myself now confused.
Yeah, and the chamber requested it.
Well, with respect, what matters is what the council requests, not what the chamber requests.
So Susan, I would like to put it back on.
Well, wait, Betsy, the question is, are we bringing it back as a pause until the planning commission comes back? Does that make sense to me? Right? Is that right, Bill?
I'm simply relating my understanding of what I read from the chamber communication.
I think, Betsy, I would go with what Bill, my recommendation is to go with what Bill said rather than what was previous.
Okay. Yes, I agree.
That makes sense because now it's already been it's going through the planning commission. We're just pausing until it gets back, especially because in July we're on vacation. Whereas if we weren't, we might have it back in July.
And there's a lot of concern in the community.
Yeah,
a lot of concern. So, okay. Anything else? I would like to at some point have a, we adopted the Rosenberg's rules and opportunity to learn them actually as a group. So, no specific date, but definitely get that in there at some point.
And edit our protocols to so reflect.
Yeah, because they're quite different.
Made that change.
What?
Well, that's okay.
I thought we had edited the protocols to reflect Rosenberg's, but if not, that certainly can be done.
I haven't seen the hard copy substitute yet.
I have it right here, and it's added.
Okay, sorry, my mistake.
To actually learn them and study them would be good. Okay, anybody have anything else? Okay, all right. Well, I guess that's it. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening, you all. Thanks for all your hard work, and this meeting's adjourned.